Chapter 11:10. Inside the laboratory made of metal, all kinds of instruments were flashing. The giant screen was the most dazzling. After Yi Fan escaped, the entire metal palace was filled with ear-piercing alarms. At the same time, ancient runes were flashing on the ground and metal walls. Beautiful lines lit up, like the proudest masterpiece of a calligrapher. It was full of a strong sense of beauty and condensed the charm of the Great Path. Without a doubt, this was the power of the divine order. It was condensed from the Great Path, a civilization where technology and rules blended together to form a terrifying system. Inside the metal palace, it was as if a grand firework shower was blooming, gorgeous, and colorful. All the runes were resurrected and intertwined into a terrifying pattern, covering Yi Fan. The power of a divine instrument. Yi Fan's expression changed. He finally saw the terror of the spaceship. This was not the flying saucer from the other side of the starry sky, but a divine instrument made of divine materials. Chi! In addition to the broken green cauldron, a black arrow appeared in his hand. With a forceful stroke, all kinds of divine rules that were rushing toward him were disintegrated. Everyone in the laboratory was shocked and shouted. Lines swam on the metal wall, shining with immortal divine light, and more powerful rules were intertwined. Boom! Yi Fan abandoned the man and woman in the lead and used the Xing formula. He came to the edge of the laboratory in one step, holding the green copper cauldron and using it as a golden hammer to beat drums. He smashed it hard. Pa! Even the metal palace made of divine materials couldn't withstand a scratch from the green copper. With a series of cracking sounds, the front wall that was several feet thick collapsed, turning into metal pieces that crashed into other areas. Quick, stop him, the purple-haired man shouted. Two beams of purple light shot out from his eyes and turned into divine rules, striking at Yi Fan. This was not a pure technological civilization. They had taken a different path. They had technology and mastered the divine rules of the Great Path, complementing each other to perfection. Clang! Yi Fan's mid-brows flashed, and the primitive emperor's Taoist sword struck out. It turned into a small golden sword that was about an inch long and shattered the divine rules. Suppress it with all your strength. If we can't guarantee that we can keep it alive, it's fine as long as we can collect enough blood. That purple-eyed woman shouted. Her fine jade-like skin flowed with immortal splendor. She removed a shiny bracelet that was actually made from everlasting silver essence, smashing it over. Clang! Yi Fan blocked it with the black arrow, stabbing it, releasing a string of sparks, erupting with a type of heaven overflowing might. This bracelet flourished with silver light. It was actually holy might. He sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of people were they? It was one thing for this large flying artifact to be a sacred artifact, but even the bracelet that the woman was wearing was a sacred artifact. Luster flowed on the metallic walls, flickering with a hazy radiance. It neutralized the overflowing fluctuations of the holy war and did not destroy this region. The silver bracelet flew back, releasing strand after strand of silver radiance. It descended like moonlight, covering the elf-like purple-eyed woman below. Chi! With a shake of his hand, Yi Fan threw out the black arrow, aiming straight for that woman. It turned into a streak of black light, and the holy level fluctuations made the entire space unstable, on the verge of collapse. At the same time, he also turned into a streak of golden lightning, rushing over to capture them alive. Clang! Another metallic sound rang through the air. The silver-white shining bracelet collided with the black arrow. Both of them flipped over, sending down streaks of great Tao divine splendor, enveloping their respective owners. Diamond Chakram! Yi Fan was shaken. This woman's sacred artifact was very special, extremely similar to his father's diamond chakram. Even though it wasn't the quasi-emperor's artifact, it still surpassed the weapons of ordinary ancient saints, enough to contend against his black arrow. Was there an elder riding a green ox who went to your ancient star? Yi Fan shouted, staring straight into her eyes. Boom! On the other side, a thick beam of light blasted over. The silver-white battle clothes on the purple-haired man flickered, resonating with the entire ship. A beam of holy light shot over from another region, comparable to a saint's attack. This was the divine light contained within the flying saucer, and its offensive power was extremely powerful. It was equivalent to a resurrected divine artifact. If it was anyone else standing here, they would definitely not have a corpse left. Seeing this, Yi Fan didn't use the black arrow this time. He directly swung the green copper cauldron, smashing it into the beam of light, causing it to collapse on the spot. Quickly retreat, this native is beyond imagination. He has a broken artifact of an ancient god on him, surpassing the level of this saint-level ship. An elder shouted. The purple-eyed woman protected herself with the diamond chakram, and with a flash of brilliance, she disappeared from where she stood. However, the purple-haired man wasn't so lucky. As soon as he moved, he was forced back by Yi Fan's black arrow. Isolate him, someone cried out. The laws of the void interweaved, and all kinds of holy light danced. Tao marks arranged themselves in the void, forming a special divine law. Boom! Yi Fan activated the green copper cauldron, using it as a heavenly deity's hammer. One force could defeat 10, and it heavily struck the profound and complex divine law traces. This place collapsed, and the isolation failed. He leapt 100 meters and appeared beside the purple-haired man. He fought in close combat with the black holy arrow protecting his body. It hung above his head, and black light poured down. He reached out with his golden palm and grabbed forward. Bang! The purple-haired man's entire body flickered with Tao marks, and he became the embodiment of divine laws. He exchanged a palm strike with Yi Fan, and as a result, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Yi Fan was astonished. He had attacked with all his strength, yet this man only had his arm broken and blood spurted out of his mouth. He didn't turn into a pile of broken bones, and one could imagine how extraordinary his physique was. What? Even the king physique that refined many kinds of powerful physiques had his arm broken and couldn't withstand a single blow. The expressions of the people behind him changed greatly. They were even more astonished than Yi Fan. Their system was very special and also very terrifying. The purple-haired man's physical body had long been tempered to a shocking degree through secret methods, and he was known as the Immortal King Body. However, he was sent flying like a scarecrow. This is a legendary indestructible golden body. I didn't expect to see it here. This prey is priceless. We must capture him alive and don't let him escape. The purple-eyed woman appeared in another area and ordered through the giant screen. You'd better pray for yourself. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled into a sneer. He broke the brilliant screen with one finger, causing the signal to be cut off. He left behind an afterimage as he closed in on the purple-haired man. His palm came crashing down, and with a kacha sound, it landed on the purple-haired man's body. Dozens of bones were broken, and a mouthful of purple blood flew out. It was different from the scarlet blood from before. Even though a group of people were controlling all types of Tao marks, they still couldn't stop it. All types of symbols shone, releasing brilliant light, but they were a step too slow. Yi Fan lifted the purple-haired man up. His golden finger tapped the center of the purple-haired man's brows. As long as he poked forward lightly, he would be able to break his immortal foundation. However, the ground beneath his feet dimmed as all types of light vanished. He discovered that he had appeared in a stretch of nothingness. It was like he had arrived in the dark cosmos, boundless and without end. This was the black prison of the flying shuttle. The spatial laws these people had reached the acme of perfection. There were formation runes everywhere on the ground, teleporting him and the purple-haired man here, isolating them from each other. Yi Fan mentioned this man whose identity wasn't simple. What do you treat me as? A wild beast? Wanting to refine my blood? Who do you think you are? You should be my battle pet instead. The purple-haired man was very handsome, and his physique was extremely powerful after being tempered hundreds and thousands of times. But in front of Yi Fan, even his immortal king body wasn't enough. With a light tap, one of his bones would break, and the pain caused him to break out in a layer of sweat. I have no choice but to admit that I've underestimated you. To think that there's actually such a mutant among these aboriginals, possessing the magical treasure of an ancient god. This has exceeded my expectations. The purple-haired man spoke. Kacha, Yi Fan slapped down and broke a section of his calf bone. You guys think that you're a cut above others and think that we're lowly aboriginals. It's a pity that you're only Yizu. There's nothing special about you. A look of disdain flashed through the purple-haired man's eyes. It was a kind of arrogance and conceit. However, he concealed it very well, afraid that Yi Fan would make him suffer. Unfortunately, Yi Fan had cultivated the source Heaven's Eye. This kind of expression that flashed through his eyes couldn't escape his eyes. He directly smashed down with his golden fist and broke the man's thigh bone. I should find an iron chain and tie it around your neck so that you won't always think that you're infallible. Isn't it just a fusion of technological civilization and laws? What's there to be proud of in such a system? The purple-haired man was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. His bones were almost broken. He was very indignant. Compared to close combat physical techniques, they cultivated God laws. Although they could use other methods to continuously transform their physiques, they didn't rely on themselves to achieve it. At this moment he was very indignant. If you lowly aboriginals enter our eternal kingdom, you'll only be captured. You're not a match for us at all, he said coldly while enduring the pain. Swoosh! Yi Fan took out an iron chain and tied it around his neck. He really locked him up and treated him like a battle pet. The purple-haired man was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of purple blood. He was usually high and mighty and thought that he could look down on all races. In the end, he was treated like this by this aborigine. You what? I'll reward you with a pot sticker. You want to capture me and make me your battle pet? Do you want to be a god or a deity? Yi Fan slapped him, causing blood to seep out from the corner of his mouth. This is a legendary indestructible golden body. It might be able to nurture the strongest battle physique. We have to obtain his blood no matter what. As for my brother, be careful and rescue him. The elf-like beautiful purple-eyed lady said from another metal palace hall. She was watching everything in the black prison through the screen. Beep, beep, not far away, the sound of an instrument scanning could be heard. It transmitted back some data of the green copper cauldron. After hundreds of trillions of calculations, it was still difficult to determine its grade. The warning red line continued to rise. Bang! A cloud of green smoke was emitted. All the equipment here collapsed and exploded. The place was a mess. A silver-haired young man reported to the purple-eyed lady, "The green copper cauldron is difficult to simulate. Just the patterns on its surface are so complex that it's hard to understand. Now, we can be sure that it's really an artifact of an ancient god. If it's intact, it might be one of the strongest weapons under the starry sky. This aborigine has a damaged divine artifact. It's beyond the control of our Saint-class spaceship. It's best to give up, or else we might get into trouble." Another middle-aged man with golden hair draped over his shoulders suggested. The purple-eyed lady frowned and said, "But, do you know his value? He's comparable to our eternal kingdom's several strongest war bodies. We can use his precious blood to create the most powerful warrior that can compete with the others. One day, after he grows up, he might be comparable to the ancient god's blood sealed in the immortal treasury. We must capture him. I hope he can become my war pet. But the difficulty is too great. It's most likely impossible. Even though that divine artifact is damaged, it's still not something a saint-class weapon can contend against." The golden-haired middle-aged man frowned and solemnly suggested for her to give up. Even though the others were very excited to see the legendary indestructible golden body, they had no choice but to face it rationally. After sighing, they advised the purple-eyed lady that the feasibility was very low. "All right, think of all ways to injure this aborigine. If we can't capture him alive, then we must obtain his golden sacred blood." The purple-eyed lady made her final decision and gave this order. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, and the entire spaceship shook. Black prison exploded, and Yi Fan rushed up with the green copper cauldron in one hand and the purple-haired man in the other. He unleashed a massacre and charged straight for the main control room. "Not good. Why are all the instruments malfunctioning? These are all secret artifacts with laws carved on them. It's difficult for outsiders to move them. How could it be like this?" He grasps a special type of divine law that can interfere. These foreign guests were in a state of chaos. Army's secret formula. Yi Fan lightly shouted and strode forward. He used the army secret formula to control the various artifacts inside the spaceship, causing them to become chaotic. Boom! He held the green copper cauldron with irresistible force as he charged straight for the main control room. All of the metal walls were made of divine materials and carved with great Tao divine patterns, but they couldn't stop his footsteps. Eternal killing formation, intercept. An old man shouted. His hands moved, and all kinds of symbols appeared on the metal walls and ground, forming an exceptional killing formation. Swoosh! Yi Fan drew his bow and released an arrow. A black arrow shot out, rumbling with saintly might. With a dong sound, it hit the metal wall that was several zhang thick. The metal luster was shattered on the spot, and the great Tao symbols all collapsed. At the same time, this powerful old man was pierced by the arrow. Blood gushed out, and then he turned into a bloody pulp in a breath's time. The holy power scattered him in the void. Stop him! The silver-haired young man was a commander, and he shouted loudly. However, dozens of people rushed over and activated the various Tao marks inside the saint-level spaceship to attack, but it was completely ineffective. Yi Fan directly placed the broken cauldron on his head, and the two black arrows in his hands were also emitting saintly might. Clang! The black arrows flew out, and the metal in front of them shattered. Even the divine materials made of Daluo silver essence, black gold, and suet jade iron couldn't stop the two arrows. Hurry, use the divine light to sweep him out, chase him out of the holy ship, and temporarily give up on the golden holy blood. The purple-eyed girl shouted. The golden-haired middle-aged man who was standing not far away personally controlled it. This holy ship released resplendent radiance, and a streak of divine light swept towards Yi Fan. It was precisely the kind of light that restrained him on the ship, and it was difficult to evade. However, this time, he didn't move in the slightest. They couldn't send him away, because there was a green copper cauldron on his head, rendering the divine light ineffective. Shwa! Yi Fan quickly closed in. He was unrivaled in close combat. With a walla sound, a divine chain was shaken out, and it wrapped around this purple-eyed young lady's snow-white and exquisite neck, wrapping around her. The purple-eyed young lady's hair fluttered about. She was so angry that her immortal body was trembling. The diamond chakram on her wrist flew out, and silver splendor erupted, releasing supreme saintly might. However, it was sent flying by the black arrow with a ding sound. You seem to like raising war pets quite a bit. What do you think about me raising you? The corners of Yi Fan's lips curled up slightly. Chapter 11:11. You, impudent. The purple-eyed girl's eyebrows stood vertically and her almond-shaped eyes widened. A flush of redness appeared on her fine jade-like skin. This was completely out of anger. A native had locked her up and treated her like a war pet. Ding-dang! The divine chain was like a string of red agate as it wrapped around her swan-like neck. Yi Fan forcefully pulled and brought her over, turning her into a captive. The unbridled one is yet to come. The purple-eyed girl staggered and almost fell onto the ground. This was an unimaginable embarrassment. She had been caught by her prey and treated like this. It made her both ashamed and angry. The diamond chakram that was shot away by the black arrow turned around and turned into the size of a millstone. It was sparkling white and a light tremble was enough to annihilate the void. This was a divine artifact not only in name but also in reality. Ding! Yi Fan slashed out with the black arrow. Black light filled the sky and sent the diamond chakram flying. However, its terrifying might became even more powerful. The inside of the ring turned into a black hole that devoured everything. It wanted to suck Yi Fan inside. The various instruments in the ship turned into dust and were sucked inside. Yi Fan's heart jumped. This was truly the same divine might as his father's diamond chakram. Could it be that this quasi-emperor from ancient China had appeared in the everlasting kingdom? He wanted to shoot the black arrow inside, but he was afraid that it would be devoured by the black hole. A clash between divine artifacts could easily destroy a region. It was too bitter. Long. He threw the green copper cauldron towards the black hole. He didn't believe that it could swallow this immortal cauldron. the diamond chakram would most likely shatter. As expected, the diamond chakram knew how powerful it was and immediately dodged. Zheng zheng, a sweet-sounding metallic sound rang out. The diamond chakram suddenly broke apart and turned into an expanse of dazzling light. It entered the body of the purple-eyed girl captured by Yi Fan. Specks of light flickered on the surface of her body. The diamond chakram actually reformed after breaking apart and turned into a mysterious armor. It wrapped around her and turned her into a silver-white metal person. The diamond chakram looked small, but the size of its reconstruction was disproportionate to its original size. This was a humanoid metal person that was many times thicker than normal battle armor. Boom! The purple-eyed woman's strength had also grown many times stronger. She broke free from Yi Fan's hold and swung her silver-colored fist forward. The power behind her attack was comparable to that of a sacred artifact. What is this? A saint artifact could transform into a saint garment? Yi Fan was surprised and revealed a strange expression. The cultivators of this system were really hard to understand. He used the black arrow to block the light emitted by the holy garment and counterattacked. Now that his physical body was comparable to that of a saint, even if the other party wore the holy garment, he was not afraid. His golden fists hit the silvery white metal man and made a clanging sound. The people in the distance all shivered inwardly. Was this still a physical body? It was comparable to a saint-level metal soldier, its sturdiness reaching a horrifying level. Boom! The purple-eyed woman wore metal holy clothes, temporarily protecting herself. She began to operate great Tao divine marks, releasing all types of holy light to kill Yi Fan. This was the power of a holy artifact. Yi Fan had just captured her, but he didn't expect her to immediately turn the tables. He felt a terrifying aura, and he didn't do anything else. He smashed the green copper cauldron towards her body, instantly destroying her. Bang! It was too close, and there was no way to avoid it. The green cauldron fell, and cracks appeared on the silver-white holy garment. Then, it disintegrated, shaking the purple-eyed woman out. Silver light flashed, and with a light ding sound, it turned back into a flawless diamond chakram. With a flash of brilliant brilliance, it entered the purple-eyed woman's body and disappeared. Not far away, a terrifying aura overflowed into the heavens. A colossus rushed over, wanting to save the purple-eyed woman. This was a 10 tall metal giant. It held a large sword and hacked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was surprised. Within this metal giant sat a silver-haired youth. He was the one controlling this metal giant that emitted a strand of holy might. Dang! The giant's sword hacked over, and Yi Fan blocked it with his fist. A string of sparks was released, and the 10 giant was shaken back. Then he pressed forward and waved his fists, bending and breaking the giant's sword. This is a half-saint battle armor forged from the combination of refining and technology. How can it not even block for a moment? As expected of the legendary indestructible golden body. The strength of the physical body is too terrifying. The golden body is stronger than any divine clothes or mecha. It is the most powerful weapon in itself. In the distance, the golden-haired middle-aged man was shocked. Bang! As Yi Fan waved his fists, the 10 tall metal man was beaten full of holes. It was completely damaged, and then disintegrated into pieces. Even the semi-sage grade metal armor couldn't stop his physical body. Yi Fan easily crushed it into a pile of metal pieces. It was a complete mess. Boom! The golden-haired middle-aged man appeared in the spacecraft's strongest battle armor. This was the crystallization of the wisdom of Tao tools and technology. The metal man was equivalent to the god contained in the spacecraft's sacred tool. It was 6 tall, not very tall. Its whole body was golden and brilliant, taking the meaning of the 6 golden body. However, it was not a merciful Buddha. It held a golden spear in its right hand and a golden shield in its left. Its holy power swept out in all directions. This is the supreme holy armor developed by the Eternal Kingdom. Let's see how you can break it. The golden-haired middle-aged man controlled the 6 golden body and pierced through the void with the golden spear. The golden shield in his hand was not used for defense, but for attack. He firmly believed that no matter how strong Yi Fan's physical body was, and he had the broken artifact of an ancient god. Yi Fan was no match for him. Through observation, he could see that this broken artifact left by an ancient god didn't emit any divine rule. This was equivalent to announcing that it was just a solid cold weapon, not the most terrifying celestial treasure. I wear the supreme holy armor and can emit holy power. I have the divine marks of the great path. Let's see how you can resist. The golden spear pierced through heaven and earth, and the golden shield collapsed in all directions. Although the 6 Jiang golden body was much larger than an ordinary person, its movements were fast and nimble. It was so fast that it was dazzling. Yi Fan took out the Holy Spirit stone embryo, which was equivalent to wearing a holy robe. He wasn't afraid of the holy armor, but the divine rule it had evolved. Therefore, he entered the Holy Spirit stone embryo with his real body. The golden-haired middle-aged man's expression changed. He didn't expect his opponent to also have a holy armor. It was too dangerous inside the spacecraft, and he couldn't use his hands and feet. Boom. What made him feel even more terrified was that Yi Fan smashed him with the green copper cauldron. This was much more terrifying than his golden spear and golden shield. Fighting inside the spaceship was equivalent to fighting in close combat. There was no doubt about the outcome. The Jiang 6 golden body was almost smashed apart by Yi Fan. The golden-haired middle-aged man controlled the god's will within the saint artifact of the spaceship to flee in a sorry state. The others were either dead, injured, or escaped. They could no longer resist. Let me go. The purple-eyed woman struggled violently. Her entire body was shining, and her slender jade body seemed to be enveloped by moonlight. She was pure white and gentle, and divine rules shot out in all directions. Their world mainly cultivated the rules, and they had a unique understanding of the Great Path. Their attack power was extremely powerful, and after combining with technology, it became an unfathomable system. Clang. However, in the Severing Dao realm, Yi Fan was almost invincible. No one could do anything to him, especially in close combat. Anyone would have to bear a grudge. As soon as the purple-eyed woman moved, he only pulled on a divine chain. She immediately let out a tender groan, and her body immediately went limp. She fell down, and all kinds of divine rules were restrained. Pa! Yi Fan pulled her out upside down and threw her beside the purple-haired man. The two leaders had become captives. The spaceship's control room was spacious and empty. Apart from these two, the others had either escaped or been eliminated. Yi Fan stared at them, preparing to search their divine senses. At the end of the void, inside the Jiang 6 golden body, the golden-haired middle-aged man and a few others turned pale. The imperishable golden body was so powerful, and they originally thought it was a blessing, but in the end, they encountered such a disaster. Several decades ago, they encountered a terrifying creature in outer space, and the great battle caused the star domain to collapse. The Jiang 6 golden body inside the Saint-grade spaceship was seriously injured, and it fell on this ancient planet. They had repaired the spaceship with great difficulty, but now, they unexpectedly encountered another disaster. This native is just like that Wuxia in the past. Fortunately, the disaster happened one step earlier, or else there would definitely be a calamity in the future. Someone said with a trembling voice. The others all turned pale. Many people's expressions changed when the name Wuxia was mentioned in Eternal Kingdom. This native that was captured and brought back also had one of the most powerful physiques in the universe. He used their resources to advance by leaps and bounds, and in the end, he defied the heavens and slaughtered his way out, triggering a great upheaval in Eternal Kingdom. Fortunately, the god inside the Saint-grade spaceship wasn't damaged too badly this time, unlike the previous time. Now, even if we lose the huge spaceship, we won't be in despair, someone sighed. This Jiang 6 golden body was the most precious thing on the spaceship. As long as it was there, everything would be fine. As long as they found suitable materials, they could build another Saint-grade spaceship, and the core Dao marks were all stored inside the golden body. Although it was only Jiang 6 golden body, it had the most terrifying spatial laws, and it could contain a mountain in a mustard seed. Even though so many people had escaped, it was still very spacious inside. But the two princes have been captured by them, and this is big trouble. How can we rescue them? A blue-haired man frowned. They knew how powerful King Tianwu was in Eternal Kingdom, and if anything happened to his son and daughter, they could forget about returning in this lifetime, or else they would be executed. It's fine, the two princes don't have the signs of dying young. As long as their primordial spirits are fine, they can replicate a physical body at any time, the golden-haired middle-aged man said. Suddenly, his expression changed as if he had thought of something. Oh no, the most precious thing on the spaceship has been left behind, and we didn't bring it out. He grabbed his hair forcefully and growled in a low voice, appearing to be in extreme pain. Then he fell limp as if his soul had been sucked out. The others were also in a daze, and then they cried out together. All of them were filled with sorrow and regret. They beat their chests and stamped their feet, as if they were mourning the death of their parents. We've gone through untold hardships, drifting in the dark and lonely universe for so many years, and finally gathered all kinds of minerals and mysterious ancient medicine, and finally refined the strongest bloodline evolution fluid. But in the end, we lost it. The group of people cried out anxiously and angrily. If the two princes died, they could just not return to Eternal Kingdom, but if they lost the strongest bloodline evolution fluid, they might never be able to refine it again in this lifetime. They had drifted in the dark universe for so many years. What exactly were they after? They blew up one barren planet after another in search of the legendary minerals. It should be known that those precious minerals were so rare that it was unacceptable. The vast universe was endless, but it was difficult to find ancient stars that contained these minerals. Occasionally they would find them, but they could only excavate a little. In Eternal Kingdom, there was a saying that they would rather search for materials that could be used to forge God's artifacts than search for these minerals. That was because they were too rare. Moreover, they didn't just need one type of mineral, but several types. It was difficult to find anything even after searching for countless years in the lonely universe. It was already good to be lucky enough to find one type. It could be said that they had obtained the fortune of heaven and earth during this journey. Over the years, they had unexpectedly excavated several types of minerals, and they had gathered almost all of them. During this period of time, they encountered all kinds of dangers. Because when they blew up some barren planet, they would sometimes encounter unpredictable things with destructive power. They went through untold hardships and narrowly escaped death. During their last excavation, they even found traces of the immortal elixir residue left behind by the ancient gods on an ancient planet. There, they carried out an extremely cruel battle with that group of terrifying natives. That was a terrifying race that worshipped the ancient gods and possessed a type of extreme Dao weapon. These natives carried out primitive worship and could summon the power of the gods. Together with their own cultivation and skills, they almost encountered a great disaster. If they hadn't used special methods at the last moment to steal it, they wouldn't have been able to do anything. Despite this, they still lost close to 70% of their troops on that ancient planet and destroyed another Saint-level ancient ship. But the harvest was great. They finally stole the immortal elixir residue of the ancient gods, and as a result, all of their needs were perfectly resolved. After falling on this ancient planet, they refined it like a day for dozens of years. They had just succeeded when they encountered this great change. The golden-haired middle-aged man suddenly raised his head, his eyes completely red as he said, "Go, take advantage of the fact that he still doesn't know to hurry back to the central laboratory and seize it. I think he still hasn't realized what the so-called most powerful bloodline evolution fluid is." The Jianghu 6 golden body quickly returned. It controlled the spatial laws and immediately entered the enormous ship. It shot out a beam of divine light that could detain all objects and wanted to move the entire laboratory away. However, what awaited them was a black arrow with vast and mighty holy might. A large hole was shot through the Jianghu 6 golden body, and they were forced to retreat in grief and indignation. What kind of liquid is this? Yi Fan held the purple-haired man in one hand and pushed the elf-like beautiful purple-eyed girl with the other into the main laboratory. There was a pool made of rock in front. It was flickering with the radiance of technology and all kinds of mysterious instruments in the central laboratory. Seeing such a natural rock pool made him feel astonished. Why does it seem like I'm about to cross a tribulation? Suddenly Yi Fan was startled. The water vapor in the pool rose and surged towards him. It made him feel like he was actually about to break through. Why do I have to cross the tribulation at this time? Let me think, which bastard ancient saints have been trying to kill me recently, and which great ancient clans have put a bounty on my head? I might as well go and cross the tribulation at their doorstep. Yi Fan felt that there was a need to contact Wei Yi, killing Saint Qi Luo, and the others to have them protect him in secret. There was also a need to contact the large black dog and have him go and find some bastard ancient saints. Chapter 11-12. Pop! From time to time, bubbles would burst in the rock pool, emitting a soft sound and turning into a dense multicolored light. It was like a warm spring breeze, making people feel comfortable all over. What's this? Yi Fan asked the purple-eyed woman. He stared at the pool in front of him in amazement. This kind of dense spiritual energy wrapped around him, and it was precisely because of its existence that he might have to cross a tribulation. The purple-eyed woman glanced at the pool with some disdain and ridicule, saying, "It's just a pool of life transformation water. It can be used to quench metal and make it more spiritual. You natives naturally haven't seen it before." After saying this, she didn't look at it again. Instead, she wrinkled her nose and looked at the damaged inner wall of the spaceship with a distressed look, as if she cherished this spaceship very much. So it turns out to be a pool for quenching metal materials. I thought it was some kind of immortal pill spirit pool, Yi Fan said casually and walked around the pool twice. He pretended to throw a piece of metal in to wash it and asked the purple-eyed woman how to quench it and what kind of effect it would have. However, he was ignored and was only given the back of his head. When the purple-haired man saw that he was really going to waste a part of the pool water, he felt extremely distressed. The corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He wanted to say something, but he forcefully held it back and turned his head to the other side without leaving a trace. It seemed that out of sight, out of mind. The corners of Yi Fan's lips curled up. You all think that I have the legendary indestructible golden body and that relying on my flesh and blood is better than relying on those scrap metals. Then I might as well use this liquid to refine myself. After saying this, he took off his battle clothes and was about to enter the pool, looking as if he was going to do something reckless. The purple-eyed woman and the young man whose bones were broken by Yi Fan suddenly changed their expressions and could no longer remain calm. They knew that the other party must have already found out, so they desperately rushed into the pool. Yi Fan laughed loudly. With a light shake of the sparkling and translucent divine chains, the two of them were locked down, unable to budge an inch. They were fixed to the side. This was the most important place on the flying shuttle. It was sealed with metal walls and engraved with mysterious divine runes to protect it. In this central laboratory, there was a pool made out of rock, and it seemed out of place compared to the various mysterious instruments on display. It was impossible for it to be ordinary. The rocks were silvery gray in color, and they contained mysterious minerals within. They released a very gentle light, and when they got closer, there was a refreshing aura that made one feel as if they had been reborn. Dense multicolored light flowed about within the pool, but there was no smell. However, this five-colored divine liquid was far too mysterious and unfathomable. As soon as Yi Fan placed his hand into it, the golden holy blood in his body surged, and lightning and thunder crackled on the surface of his body. What is this? He quickly retracted his hand as if he was shocked by electricity. It wasn't that he didn't expect this to be a precious liquid, but that it was even greater than what he had imagined. The purple-eyed woman's face was snow-white, her expression agitated. She did her best to stop Yi Fan, but as a captive, it was impossible for her to succeed. She was extremely unwilling. It seems like this really is a pool of immortal pill spiritual liquid, for you all to care so much? Yi Fan chuckled. The veins on the purple-haired male's forehead bulged. They had drifted through the dark and ice-cold cosmos for so many years, experiencing 1,000 tribulations and hundreds of tribulations. They blasted apart many withered stars, and only after obtaining heaven-defying opportunities did they find all types of minerals. He didn't know if he would be able to refine this type of immortal liquid in the latter half of his life. You can't waste it like this. This is the most powerful bloodline evolution divine liquid, and it has only been refined initially. It is far from its optimal state. A small portion of the minerals within the rocks have just been extracted, and they haven't been completely purified yet. The purple-eyed woman knew that she couldn't hide it at all, nor could she stop him. Instead of doing this, she might as well explain everything. A smile hung on Yifan's face. He reached his hand into the pool a second time. The precious medicine was right before his eyes, so he naturally wouldn't miss out on anything. When his finger entered the pool, multicolored mist surged, releasing streak after streak of dazzling immortal light that covered his entire arm. His bones released chong-chong sounds, and his flesh was also trembling. It was as if he was being reborn. Moreover, his divine senses were shaken. He actually sensed the world's origin fragments. They turned into streaks of imprints that mixed within the divine liquid, rising and falling within the auspicious light. This left him shocked. No wonder the purple-eyed woman said that this was the most powerful bloodline evolution divine liquid. This was a mysterious medicine that could strengthen both the physical body and primordial spirit at the same time. It possessed a certain characteristic of an undying divine medicine. Even though it couldn't extend one's lifespan, it could forcefully and domineeringly activate one's potential, allowing one's bloodline power to approach the most powerful, achieving a super evolution. It truly is a mysterious mineral. This type of substance is too precious. No wonder you all only collected this little bit after blasting apart so many withered stars and drifting through the cosmos for so many years, said Yifan. The purple-haired man was about to cry when he heard these words. This was already heaven-defying. How many people from Eternal Kingdom went to the depths of the cosmos to collect it? Even when they grew old and died, they still didn't have any harvest. You only need to wait patiently for a few decades. When the most precious minerals within the silver-gray rocks have been completely refined, this divine liquid will be comparable to an immortal pill, said the purple-eyed woman. According to what the two of them said, this was only the most powerful bloodline evolution liquid. It was truly a pity to use it like this. The gains didn't make up for the losses, and it could even be said to be a shameful waste. Is that so? Let me research it myself. Yifan didn't expect that the harvest this time would be so great. It was as if he had opened up an immortal treasury and obtained such a divine object. It was too important. In the northern region, undercurrents were surging. It hadn't been peaceful for so many days. The 10 great royal races offered a reward. As long as one could provide clues about Yifan, they would be rewarded with a divine weapon. It could be said to be a shocking reward. Of course, this wasn't public. It was only circulated within the ancient races and couldn't be made public. At this point, they were increasingly afraid of the human race and were also afraid of provoking some trouble. Whoever can kill the human race's holy body will be protected by the Saint King. No matter how great the crime, he can be pardoned 9 times. It was said that the ancient races had an exceptional Tao book that would be bestowed as the ultimate reward. The name of the book wasn't mentioned in detail, but it was definitely an ancient scripture that shocked the ancients and the contemporaries. Moreover, there was another secret rumor. If anyone really killed the human race's holy body, a mysterious great sage would come out of seclusion and accept him as a disciple. There were all kinds of rumors in the ancient races. Many people were moved, but at the same time, they were shocked. The human race's holy body actually attracted the attention of an ancient saint, and he was determined to take his life. It was clear how terrifying his growth potential was, and it made everyone feel uneasy. It's a bit difficult for the human race's holy body to cross this hurdle. Even an ancient saint has taken action. Who can save him? Once he shows himself, he will undoubtedly die. If not for the restraining fear, there might be an unparalleled great sage who will personally come out to deal with the human race's holy body. Some well-informed people in the ancient races were discussing and mentioning the name Gai Juyo. This made even the ancient race's great sage feel a deep sense of restraining fear. What kind of person is this? An unfathomable old fellow. Rumor has it that he is already 9,000 years old. He has gone to other ancient stars and walked extremely far on the path of verification. If not for the fact that his body couldn't withstand the passage of time and his realm fell, he would be even more terrifying. In the heavenly village, the sacred prince appeared and sent a message. He wanted to tell Yi Fan not to appear in the near future because the situation was too tense. There were many kings who wanted to eliminate him in secret. Even if the victorious fighting Buddha stood on Mount Meru and looked down on the world, he still couldn't intimidate all of the ancient races. Some people were going to take the risk out of desperation. Moreover, it was difficult for an ancient saint to leave behind any traces. Assassinating a Dao executioner would be very clean, and it would be difficult to find any clues. During these days, even the monkey had become much more low-key. It was because it was reported that there were also people who wanted to harm him. The undying Heavenly Emperor's bloodline and the Kuan universe's great sage clan would always leave behind a few experts who had escaped the great calamity last time. This was something unavoidable. The Black Emperor spoke frankly. Right now, they didn't know where Yi Fan was and couldn't find him at all. There was no way to effectively pass on information. It's fine for others, but you must pay attention to the Blood Moon clan. They are one of the most radical and cruel 10 great king clans. During the Archaic era, they fed on the human race and had once ruled over a large area. During that period, half of the ancient saints born from the human race were torn apart by them. The Blood Moon clan was the name of a cruel race. It was also infamous among the ancient races. No one was willing to provoke them because offending them could easily lead to the extinction of the entire clan. The Huatan that Yi Fan had slaughtered was a saint from one of the branches of the clan. The main clan was very powerful. Even though it was no longer as prosperous as it was in the Archaic era, it was still no small matter. It was the famous Blood Moon King bloodline. This time, it was this clan who initiated the assassination of Yi Fan. Moreover, the divine artifact was also provided by them. The Blood Moon Ancient King was powerful and was ranked among the Saint Kings. Moreover, his grandson had recently become a saint. He was only a few hundred years old and was an exceptional genius. He was of the same generation as Huatan and had a close relationship with him. The human race is the food we raise in captivity. This was what some of the vicious ancient saints from this clan had said before. Yi Fan didn't know about this. At this moment he couldn't care about anything else. He took off his battle clothes and revealed his slender and beautiful body. He flickered with precious splendor as he stepped into the silvery gray rock pool. The purple-haired man roared. His eyes were red as if someone had gouged out the tip of his heart. He was in extreme pain. All these years of hard work had been snatched away just like that. The most powerful bloodline evolution liquid seized the fortune of heaven and earth. It had consumed their endless blood, sweat, and tears. They had just succeeded when it changed hands and was now being enjoyed by the enemy. He couldn't accept this fact. If he could pounce over, he would skin Yi Fan alive and swallow him in one gulp. Stop yelling. You were the ones who provoked me first. If you want to capture me as a battle pet, then you should be prepared to be countered. From today onwards, this spaceship, you, and this pool of evolutionary fluid are all mine. Yi Fan declared to them, confirming that everything was his private property. Beside him, the purple-eyed girl also stared at him without blinking. Naturally, she wasn't moved by his strong and slender body. Her face was pale and full of unwillingness and anger. So comfortable. Yi Fan was soaking in the liquid. The multicolored divine liquid overflowed with radiance and gushed out, burying him in a haze. He felt that every cell in his body was splitting and recombining. It was as if he was about to ascend. He was covered in dense immortal light and all kinds of divine radiance were flickering between his pores. This was the most powerful bloodline evolution liquid. It could even strengthen one's divine sense and increase one's constitution and combat power in all aspects. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a name. At this time, even his bones were disintegrating and then recombining. They flickered with a sparkling luster and made sonorous sounds. Yi Fan was so comfortable that he almost groaned. He felt as if he was floating in the air. His flesh and blood were being purified. He himself was a saint, so there was a limit to the evolution of the so-called most powerful bloodline. However, it was changing slowly. After the comfort, he suddenly felt a burst of pain. Every inch of his body was overflowing with divine splendor as if a sharp knife was running around inside his body. The mysterious mineral's medicinal properties were too tyrannical. In order to realize the bloodline evolution, all kinds of supplementary medicines and secret recipes were needed. The people on this ship hadn't refined them yet. Fortunately, Yi Fan had the swordsman formula. He was able to repair his broken blood vessels and bones immediately. He didn't fear the tyrannical medicinal properties and persisted. The purple-eyed girl and her brother had been waiting and cursing all along. However, after seeing Yi Fan hold on and his body bleed profusely from the impact, they couldn't help but sigh. The indestructible golden body was too powerful. During this period, the group of people that escaped used the Zhang 6 golden body to harass them several times. In the end, they only managed to seize the captives of various races and some equipment. They couldn't approach the main laboratory at all. In the end, Yi Fan released a long breath of comfort. He suppressed himself to avoid the descent of heavenly tribulation. Then, he opened the realm gate and brought the enormous flying saucer back to the heavenly village. Chapter 11:13. Woo, it's so comfortable. I'm going to be steamed. Yi Fan's entire body was shining with radiance. Inside the pool made of silver-gray rocks, the liquid of evolution was bubbling. His voice was so soft that it made people's imaginations run wild. This pool water contained a mysterious mineral with astonishing divine power. It allowed his fetal bones to undergo a combing process. His golden blood surged like thunder, and multicolored light spilled out from within the pool. The purple-eyed woman was as beautiful as a fairy, but at this moment, she was clenching her delicate fists in anger. As for the purple-haired man, he looked as if he had lost his parents and was grief-stricken. Yi Fan had absorbed half of the evolutionary liquid's medicinal effects. In the village of heaven, a group of people were startled. A cyan gold disc flew in. This kind of enormous object was truly eye-catching. Yi Fan stood up and walked out from the pool. If he delayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. He was about to face the heavenly tribulation, so he appeared in the village with the 2 captives. Godlordzing? Wawa, the child who followed them from Earth, rubbed her temples and muttered to herself in shock. Master robbed a UFO and kidnapped an alien. He did something big. After being influenced by people like the Black Emperor and Longma for a long time, this little fellow who was wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism was also a little like a bandit. In such a foul environment, he naturally carried some special words when he spoke. What kind of magic artifact is this? Why is it so big? Speaking of which, the materials used are quite good. We can use them to forge great arrays. The Black Emperor said as he tapped the flying saucer with his large claws and spoke in a very appreciative tone. Don't try anything funny. This is a Saint-grade spaceship. I've already named it Flying Immortal 12580. It will be of great use in the future. Yi Fan said. The sacred prince went up and told him that the situation was grim. There was an ancient sage who wanted to eliminate him in secret, and that he might be in for a great disaster. He couldn't go out for the time being. I was just about to look for the Black Emperor and have him help me find a bastard ancient sage. I never thought that there would really be so many blind people. I'm going to transcend tribulation and block their doorstep. Yi Fan said. He had asked the Black Emperor to carve the most complicated and profound chessboard formation, and he had requested that it could only be used during the most terrifying heavenly tribulation. No one would be able to track it down, and this had truly created a difficult problem for the large black dog. The Blood Moon Ridge was a mysterious mountain range. Every night, mist would rise, and the bright moon hanging in the sky would reflect the color of blood. No one dared to approach it. This was the ancestral land of a race that was notorious for its ferocity. In the ancient times, it could scare a 3-year-old child to the point of stopping crying. There was an oppressive fluctuation that made one's heart palpitate all day long. The Blood Moon clan didn't have an ancient emperor, but they were still famous. This clan was too cruel and had exterminated countless smaller clans. It was said that the entire mountain ridge was blood-red because it had been watered with blood since ancient times. Although it was already noon, this place was still filled with yin qi, shrouded in a gloomy and bone-piercing chill that even the noon sun could not dispel. In the depths of the mountain range, there was a building that was ancient and grand. It was built beside a pool of blood in the grandest palace. It was richly ornamented and dazzling. The Blood Moon King sat on the throne at the top of the palace. His body was withered, and his hair was sparse like yellow weeds. However, his ability had reached the Saint King tier long ago, and he was famous among the ancient saints. People say that our Blood Moon clan is bloodthirsty and cruel by nature, but they don't know that we are using this to cultivate and absorb the essence contained in the blood of thousands of spirits to strengthen ourselves, the Blood Moon King said in a hoarse voice. The Blood Moon King said in a hoarse voice that reverberated in the spacious hall. It was as if a ferocious ghost had escaped from hell, cold and emotionless. There seemed to be 2 golden lamps in his eye sockets, and his ancient saint aura was shocking. The Blood Moon clan was bloodthirsty. They could obtain divine energy from the blood of others, especially those with special body constitutions or saints. To them, blood was like a precious medicine. I am looking forward to the human saint physique. I wonder if it can help me advance to a higher level. At the side, a saint-level ancestor king licked his lips. He did not look very old. He was the grandson of the Blood Moon King, and his name was Jianghu. In his hand was a sparkling white skull that was filled with wine. The fragrance of the wine mixed with the blood, forming a bewitching blood-red color. This was the skull of a saint, and it was refined into a wine cup. The scariness and cruelty of the Blood Moon clan were evident. Grandfather, I heard that the wine cup in my hand is the skull of an ancient saint of the human clan. Our clan still has some collections, right? Xian asked with a smile. The Blood Moon King shook the inconspicuous white wine cup in his hand. With a voice like that of a night owl, he said, "This is also a skull that belongs to the human clan." They were very weak back then, and they were forced to rely on various royal clans just to survive. The cup in my hand is the skull of a female Saint King. It is rare for one to appear. Her blood tasted very sweet. My grandfather killed her personally. At that time, a branch of the human clan was our slave. Their life and death were decided by us. That era is really memorable. After so many years, I didn't expect them to be so powerful. The human clan's sacred physique is very special. His golden sacred blood is a rare medicine. I really look forward to it, but I can't find his whereabouts, said Xiantu. You have to work hard. I don't have much lifespan left, and I might pass away in a few years. Fortunately, you became a saint. Your father died early, and if you can't break through in a few years, you most likely won't be able to inherit our clan's throne. You are not the only ancient saint, said the Blood Moon King. I understand. As long as I can find the human clan's sacred physique, I will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Unfortunately, we are not in the immemorial era, and I can't keep them. Xiantuo's eyes were sinister. Rumble. Suddenly, the majestic palace shook, and the entire mountain range shook as if it was about to be overturned. The mountain peak in the distance exploded, and rubble flew into the sky. What happened? Who dares to disturb the Blood Moon clan's ancestral land? Xiantua jumped up. The old Blood Moon King's eye sockets were like 2 golden lanterns, and he ruthlessly said, "Go and take a look. Maybe it's time for you to establish your might." Outside the mountain gate, Yi Fan crushed 2 mountain peaks with a single punch. He even lifted up a huge mountain and threw it into the Blood Moon Ridge, crushing a group of ancient race people to death. Where did this ignorant brat come from? How dare you provoke our Blood Moon royal clan? Even if you are tired of living, you can't commit suicide like this. I'll make you wish you were dead. They were part of the top 10 bloodthirsty royal clans in the immemorial era, and each of them fed on fresh blood. There was no anger or fear in their eyes, and they were all extremely excited as they rushed over. To them, this provocateur was their food. Boom! Yi Fan raised his hand and uprooted a mountain range. There were more than 20 mountain peaks, and he smashed them down. Miserable screams rang out. Not all the ancients were very powerful. "Who are you?" one of the ancients shouted as he realized that this person was not ordinary. "Human sacred physique Yi Fan, ask your clan leader," the Blood Moon King, and that grandson, Xian Tuo, to come out and die. Yi Fan shouted, and his voice traveled over 100 miles. Everyone's faces turned green. It was true that Xian Tuo was the clan leader's grandson, but he was not everyone's grandson. This person was deliberately looking for trouble and wanted to stir up trouble. Yi Fan, the human sacred physique is here. The news spread out, and many powerful figures in the Blood Moon clan were overjoyed. They rushed over and almost drooled. That was because the Blood Moon King said that once he found the human sacred physique, he would kill them on the spot and let them taste the golden blood of the sacred physique. I didn't expect you to come to me, Xian Tuo shouted. Surprise was written all over his face as he approached quickly. The Blood Moon King frowned slightly. It was not normal for the human sacred physique to come to him on his own. He was afraid that an accident would happen, so he followed quickly. Blood Moon King, you posted a reward in the ancients to kill me. I'm here today. You two idiots, come out and die. Yi Fan shouted. Arrogant. There was no limit to his arrogance. He dared to speak to two ancient saints like this, and one of them was a saint king with few opponents. Apart from the great sage, who dared to scold him. In the immemorial era, humans were merely livestock reared by my clan. We could kill them and do whatever we wanted. We were just a bunch of food, Xian Tuo said coldly. Then, in a calm and unruffled manner, he walked forward, pointed a finger, and said, Let me think about how to eat you. Should I start from the head or the heart? Xian Tuo swirled the jade-white wine cup in his hand, took a sip of the bright red blood, and said, This wine cup was made from the skull of a female saint king of your human race. It originally belonged to my grandfather, but now it was given to me. Now, I feel that your skull is a bit more perfect, so I can make a better wine cup. The lightning was so sudden that it covered the mountains and plains like a vast ocean pouring down from the sky. It was pervasive, and lightning filled every inch of space. Silver snakes danced, golden dragons leaped into the sky, and chaotic air filled the air. Every arc of lightning was tainted with some chaotic light, and it was frightening. Even a saint was a little scared when he saw this. Such a vast array was comparable to their great heavenly disaster. How could a Tao cutter survive it? Has he become a saint? Such a huge chaotic arc. Xian Tuo was a little stunned. Even when he was undergoing the most terrifying saint disaster, he did not encounter such a scene. Run! The Blood Moon King shouted. He finally knew why Yi Fan dared to be so fearless and came with evil intentions. Yi Fan's heavenly disaster was more terrifying each time. Although it was not as terrifying as when he had just cut his Tao and the great ancient emperor had not appeared, it still triggered the chaotic disaster and enveloped him. It was even more terrifying than the heavenly disaster of a saint. This was also the reason why his body was comparable to a saint's. He used the Xing formula and chased after Xian Tuo. Xian Tuo was the Blood Moon King's lifeblood. If he targeted one, he might be able to hurt two. In the sky, various palaces appeared. They were chaotic lightning that resembled ancient heaven, and a human-shaped emperor was faintly discernible as he carried out suppression. This kind of heavenly disaster could definitely hurt Xian Tuo's body. If one heavenly disaster couldn't do it, it could not withstand 10,000 heavenly disasters, 100,000 heavenly disasters, 1 million heavenly disasters. Boy, you are still young. A saint transcends the mortal world and is far from being comparable to an ant like you. Killing you is like stepping on a bug. The Blood Moon King rushed back to save his grandson. However, before he finished speaking, a divine radiance slashed over from an unknown place. With a poof, his right arm and shoulder were cut off diagonally, and he was almost cut in half. The saint's blood splattered and turned into a blood mist in the heavenly disaster, which slowly dissipated in the chaotic light. He was shocked and furious. He knew that he was in trouble. An ancient saint who was proficient in assassination was hiding here. In the dark, killing Saint Qi Luo held the heaven-deceiving array platform carved from the Enlightenment ancient tea tree and disappeared in a flash as if it had never appeared. Blood Moon King, you want to suppress me with your power and offer a reward with a sacred weapon to mobilize the ancient race to kill me. Today, I will let you reap what you have sown. Yi Fan approached with lightning. Assassination techniques are unparalleled in the world. Unfortunately, he is just a saint and is still far from my realm. Let's see what he can do to me. The Blood Moon King said proudly. His broken arm grew back, and he held a white wine cup made from a saint's bone and drank a cup of blood. Xian Tuo stood beside his grandfather and calmed down. He held the pure white skull of the female king saint and poured a mouthful of blood wine into his mouth. You want to make trouble in my Blood Moon clan? You are still not enough. Is that so? An old voice was heard. Boom. In this lightning punishment, a huge fist struck. It was dozens of miles long and filled with chaotic aura. The power of this fist could shock immortals and make ghosts weep. Saint Wei Yi from the stone square of the heavenly jade Holy Land appeared and attacked for the first time. After the punch, the Blood Moon King could not block it. The bones in his arm were broken on the spot, and his body was torn into pieces. His entire body exploded. No one in the outside world could see clearly. Everything was hidden in the light of the heavenly punishment. You want to provoke a war between the human race and the ancient royal race? Even an ancient saint has made a move, and you dare to deal with us like this? The Blood Moon King was shocked and angry. At the same time, he felt extreme fear. You have the cheek to say that? As an ancient saint, you offered a reward for a Dao executioner like me, and the 10 royal races joined forces to kill me. Do you really think that I, Yi Fan, am a pushover? Do you think that you have the upper hand? Yi Fan sneered. I also know how to suppress people with my power. I also know a few ancient saints. Although there are not many, it is enough to destroy you. Since you don't abide by the rules, then let's mess around together. I will get rid of you first. You, the Blood Moon King was furious. He wanted to say something, but unfortunately he did not have the chance. This was because killing Saint Qi Luo moved. Without waiting for his body to reassemble, a cold saber silently chopped his head into 2 halves. Transforming God Saber. The Blood Moon King screamed in fear. His primordial spirit could not escape. Under the long black saber in the killing saint's hand, his primordial spirit turned into ashes and was absorbed by the saber. Xian Tuo was scared out of his wits. His face was pale. He had just become a saint not long ago. How could he fight against a veteran ancient saint? Now that his grandfather, a saint king, was smashed by a punch, one could imagine how terrifying the person who came was. Do you want to provoke a war between the 10,000 races? At that time, the races will join forces to destroy the human race. He threatened as he fled, putting on a bluff. Unfortunately, the lightning drowned everything, and his voice could not be transmitted. It was you who broke the rules first. You have stretched your hands too far. You want to kill me and drink my golden sacred blood? Come and try. Yi Fan shouted coldly. This time, even your great sage can't deduce my tribulation. Killing you will be in vain. Pfft. In front of him, Xian Tuo, who was fleeing in the lightning, suddenly had his upper body and lower body separated. A black demonic saber appeared out of nowhere and cut him in half. It was killing Saint Qi Luo again. Xian Tuo screamed in pain and threw away the white wine cup made of the female Saint King's skull. He let out a heart-wrenching cry. Although the transforming god saber only cut his body, the saber's aura was fatal to his primordial spirit. His glabella split open, and black blood flowed out. To think that you would have such a day. You said that your race kept my human ancestors as livestock and used them as food. Today, I will wash away the shame for them one by one. I will start with the female Saint King who passed away in sorrow. Yi Fan roared out, brandishing his golden fist as he rushed over, bringing with it endless streaks of lightning radiance. A fist smashed out, piercing through Xian Tuo's chest, blasting his flesh and sacred bones flying out more than 10 jin. Chapter 11:14. 7 or 8 of Xian Tuo's sternum were broken by Yi Fan's golden fist. Large chunks of flesh flew out and green blood rained down. The heavenly tribulation rang out incessantly, releasing waves of dark light. Xian Tuo's pain seeped into his bones. His chest split open, missing several bones. Blood gushed out, and his entire body was covered in green blood. His hair was disheveled, and he cried out in pain. He had just become a saint not too long ago, and he hadn't had the time to experience this feeling of looking down on all living beings. Today, his sternum was shattered by a Tao-severing expert. This was a fatal blow, and his unrivaled will was about to crumble. Your Blood Moon clan angers men and gods, using the skull of my human ancestor to forge a wine cup. This debt of blood will be repaid with interest today. Yi Fan's body was within the heavenly tribulation. Tribulation light shot out in tens of thousands of streaks, and all types of chaotic lightning interweaved. He raised his fist and rushed over again. It was still the indomitable 6 paths of reincarnation fist. If not me, then who? With this fist intent, there was an unrivaled belief in one's heart, a will that could strike through 3,000 worlds and break through the 9 heavens. The golden fist moved, and the fist winds surged. Yi Fan moved like a streak of floating light, slaughtering from one side of the sky to the other. He brought tens of thousands of streaks of tribulation lightning with him, and with a pu sound he smashed downwards. Blood splashed out. Xian Tuo cried out loudly. This time, his shoulders exploded together, and his arms turned into dozens of sparkling white bone fragments. Flesh and blood flew in all directions, and his entire body was covered in green blood. A sea of lightning hacked down, and there were all types of tribulation light, from the 9-5 great heavenly tribulation to the 5 elements lightning, and then to the chaotic sea of lightning. There was everything. Xian Tuo was in an even more miserable state. Strands of green smoke rose from his body, and the fragrance of meat wafted over. He was originally a saint of a generation, transcending all living beings and looking down on the world. When had such a tragic thing ever happened? He didn't have the slightest bit of a saint's might. The heavenly tribulation was vast, and everything that happened was drowned in lightning. Outsiders couldn't know the result at all. The human race's holy body. Xian Tuo roared, his eyes full of resentment. His first battle after becoming a saint was so miserable, and he was so angry that his liver was about to burn. You said that back in the ancient times, you raised my human ancestors like livestock, that they were your food. Today, I will beat you until you explode, and you will be worse than livestock. Yi Fan stood within the tribulation and roared furiously. His hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a demon god. He allowed the chaotic light to descend and baptize his slender and sturdy body. His entire body was glowing with precious light. Even though his skin and flesh were lacerated from time to time, it was not a big deal. Once he activated the swordsman formula, his injuries would quickly heal. Over the years, he had often gone through tribulations, so he already had a wealth of experience. Nowadays, very few lightning punishments could truly injure him. Xian Tuo cried out loudly, anger filling his heart. His grandfather had been killed, and now, even a Tao-severing expert dared to treat him like this. It made him almost grind his teeth to pieces. He knew that the odds were against him today. Not to mention the old sage who had blown up his grandfather with a single punch. Even the killing sage was enough to make him suffer. Rather than being killed sooner or later, he might as well fight. If he could kill the human race's divine physique, then he would be able to drag someone down with him. Even though his primordial spirit was in intense pain, he still did his best to raise his cultivation and repair his body. Boom! Yi Fan flew over, and the heavenly tribulation descended before he even arrived. The power of his fist was vast, and Xian Tuo was shaken by the astral winds and the heavenly tribulation to the point where he couldn't stand still and was almost sent flying. He was overwhelmed with shock. The effects of the transformation god blade were far more terrifying than he had imagined. He had been struck in the waist, but his primordial spirit was injured. The space between his brows split open, and black blood flowed out. At this moment, it was difficult for him to gather his strength, and he almost tumbled to the ground. Pooh! Yi Fan's swift and fast fist arrived. It was imbued with his entire body's holy power, and it surged with essence energy. It struck Xian Tuo's chin, and his teeth flew out over 100 meters with green blood, pierced through by the tribulation light. Gotcha! Moreover, in the next quarter of an hour, Xian Tuo's chin bone cracked and fell off. Blood splashed everywhere, and it was a tragic sight. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. At this point in the battle, if no one came to intervene, Xian Tuo would undoubtedly die. There were miracles in this world, but the reason they were called miracles meant that they were extremely rare. Yi Fan's fist blasted Xian Tuo's head apart. White brain matter and blood splashed up to a height of 30 meters. Chaotic lightning struck down and burned his body clean, leaving not even a bit of residue behind. Xian Tuo was frightened, angry, terrified, and desperate. His primordial spirit flickered, and all kinds of negative emotions burst forth. A black light flashed by as the killing Saint Qi Luo made his move. That pitch-black long blade swept past, and his primordial spirit was cut down, turning into dust. The transformation god blade was a terrifying saint weapon. Since ancient times, there had always been a sacrificial method to refine it, but it was rarely forged. As the killing saint, Qi Luo was like a tiger that had grown wings with such a demonic blade. A dark shadow flashed, and Qi Luo disappeared into the void like the old Saint Wei Yi, no longer attacking. They had the heaven-deceiving formation pattern carved from the trunk of the Enlightenment ancient tea tree on them, so they could come and go freely in the heaven's calamity and were not pursued by the lightning. The Blood Moon King, as the lord of a clan, has died. I'll go in and take a look, and raze this place to the ground, Yi Fan said to himself. In between his eyebrows, a small golden person stepped out, opened its mouth, and let out a clear whistle. It began to suck in the lightning in the sky like a whale drinking water. At the same time, his cauldron also floated out, suspending above the head of the small golden person. It seemed to be only an inch big, but it was hard to tell how heavy it was. This was because not long ago he had collected all the ocean-like source chi in the bronze celestial palace and transformed it into the cauldron. This allowed its grade and potential to have a wider space for improvement. If so much source chi was displayed, it would be enough to shock the entire ancient planet. Once it was forged, it would definitely be a great weapon. Not to mention other things, just the weight alone was enough to crush a Dao-severing warrior alive. If not for the fact that it had long been refined by Yi Fan, even with his powerful bloodline physique, it would be difficult to lift it. And now, the 1-inch small cauldron was really countless times heavier than Mount Tai. It was a great weapon, rarely seen throughout the ages. Was this prepared by Vicious to shatter the Extreme Path Emperor weapon? Yi Fan said to himself. His physical body, the small golden person, and the 1-inch cauldron formed a mysterious connection between the three. They were harmonious and unified as if they were born as one. His physical body was sparkling, and every inch seemed to be cast from glazed divine gold. There was not a trace of impurities. After being soaked in the strongest bloodline evolution liquid, his physical body became even stronger, and it was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with an ancient saint. The small golden person had also become much stronger. That mysterious mineral could also promote its growth. Tens of thousands of golden lights could be faintly seen, and it was as if an immortal king was sitting cross-legged. It was incomparably dignified. The cauldron swallowed and spat out divine splendor, crazily swallowing the chaotic light of the various sects in the heavenly tribulation. The chaotic light was absorbed into the cauldron, and it was branded on the cauldron's walls. It became even more mysterious. The heavens' tribulation was terrifying, but to Yi Fan, as long as it was not an abnormal scene where the ancient emperors appeared together to attack him, he could handle it. He tempered his golden body and understood his own path. Golden lights flickered, and even Yi Fan's hair became sparkling. When his eyes opened and closed, thousands of divine clouds shot out. His entire body was resplendent, and it surpassed the indestructible body of Buddhism. Just as the pair of siblings who had passed through the eternity tribulation said, he might have one of the strongest physiques in the universe. If he always had the evolution liquid to temper his golden body, he would definitely be able to unlock all of his potential. Indestructible golden body, tempered hundreds and thousands of times. Immortal divinity, forge my path. Yi Fan's mind was clear, and he had no self or anything else. Every heaven's tribulation was a rare baptism, and both his physical body and divine sense were upgraded. Yi Fan's physical body, the small golden person, and the 1-inch small cauldron entered the sky above the blood moon ridge together. All kinds of tribulation lights covered the sky and covered the earth, completely drowning the area below. This was the most ferocious royal family of the ancient race, and their overall strength was extremely strong. Even if the Blood Moon King died, there would still be an ancestral king to replace him. Although there was no ancient saint presiding at the moment, the retreat was still orderly. The Blood Moon King entered the heavens tribulation and did not come out. They knew that something big might have happened. The Blood Moon clan that once enslaved the ancestors of the human race, your ancestral land shall be completely destroyed. Yi Fan stood in the lightning and shouted. On this day, the north region was shaken. The adult human appeared out of nowhere and barged into the Blood Moon Ridge to undergo the heavens tribulation. It was really arrogant to the extreme. What was even more shocking was the result of this battle. The Blood Moon King and Xian Tua were killed, and the ancestral land of the Blood Moon clan was split into scorched earth. Other than the area protected by the Great Sage's ancient formation, almost everything else was destroyed. That was a ferocious king. How could he die just like that? No matter how terrifying the heavens tribulation of the human race's sacred body is, it can't do anything to him. The entire north region was in chaos, and the ancient clans were in an uproar. The Blood Moon King's death was a little unclear, and no one believed that he was killed by the heavens tribulation. A human ancient saint took action, and it was an ancient saint that was far stronger than the Blood Moon King. Many people unanimously thought so. Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? Undercurrents were surging, and this could evolve into a huge wave. It was most likely that a war between ancient saints would occur. This was a huge uproar. These days, the 10 great royal clans united and secretly issued a bounty to kill the human race's sacred body. Anyone who heard this would be shocked. The whole world was paying attention and thought that it was difficult for him to survive. However, Yi Fan's actions exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did he not fear or retreat, but he also barged into the Blood Moon Ridge and killed the Blood Moon King. This was a resounding slap in the face. The ancient clans did not abide by the rules and secretly attacked. Yi Fan also did not act according to logic and caused such a huge disaster, causing a great royal clan to suffer heavy losses. The human race's sacred body is so crazy and courageous. He killed the Blood Moon King. What else does he not dare to do? This is a solid slap in the face. What face do the radical factions of the ancient clans have? How can they endure this? A sacred body dares to fight against the 10 great royal clans alone. Everyone in the world was a little stunned. They were extremely shocked by this result. As for the most radical 10 great royal clans, many people were even more dumbfounded. They did not expect Yi Fan to have such a violent temper and be even more arrogant than them. Human ancient saints, you are declaring war. How dare you secretly kill the leader of a great royal clan? Do you want the entire eastern wilderness to be filled with corpses? A king saint jumped out from the ancient clans and roared loudly. His voice spread through the mountains and rivers of the north region, and his holy power was vast. Blood Moon Clan, Green Ghost Clan, Violet Electric Clan. You all are shameless and don't follow the rules. You have the nerve to jump out like a cat whose tail was stepped on. If you have the ability, come and try to kill me again. Then I'll kill a few of your clan leaders. Yi Fan's reply could be said to be extremely arrogant. He pointed out the most radical 10 great royal clans and shouted loudly, challenging them in a domineering manner without the slightest bit of fear. On this day, Gai Jiuyo appeared in the divine city of the north region. He only said a few words in a sickly manner and retreated. The Blood Moon clan asked for it. I don't have much lifespan left, but if there are great clans that insist on humiliating the human race, I can still destroy a great royal clan or slaughter dozens of royal clans by risking my life. However, even these few words had great power. They shocked the ancient clans and made many great clans tremble. Some clan leaders were incomparably nervous. Chapter 11:15. Gai Juyo's name seemed to have a strange magical power. Many elders of the ancient race felt a chill run down their spines. They were afraid that a younger generation who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would provoke this sickly old man with unfathomable cultivation and start a massacre. That would be a great disaster. Gai Juyo only said a few words, but their power was tremendous. In the following days, even the most radical 10 great royal clans became much more well-behaved. At the very least, they didn't dare to openly say that they would make the human race's corpses pile up into mountains and rivers of blood flow. They kept a low profile. Oh, the ancient Forbidden Land's terrifying aura has become several times stronger. If this goes on, no one will be able to enter. Yi Fan arrived at the southern region and observed this life-forbidden land from afar. This time, he drove a Saint-grade flying ship. Its entire body flickered with a metallic luster. He named it Flying Immortal 12580. He appointed the 2 captives, the purple-eyed girl and her brother, as the vice-captains. However, they didn't help him pilot the ship. Now, they were being interrogated by the Black Emperor in the Heavenly Village to obtain core secrets. This flying ship had lost the Jianghu 6 golden body inside, which was the divine will of the sacred tool. Its functions were obviously not good. Although it still had extreme speed, it was still far from what it used to be. The arrival of such a flying ship flickering with silver radiance outside the life-forbidden land shocked many people. They didn't know what was going on. However, the appearance of Yi Fan was even more eye-catching. He came here to set up an incense table, but he didn't pay his respects himself. Instead, he let the little monk from Earth, Flower, pay his respects seriously. Now, this place had already become a divine domain. After the battle at the Bronze Immortal Palace, cultivators of the human race often came here to pay their respects. They believed that this was the Tao field of an ancient great emperor. Desolation should be a great emperor of the human race in a miraculous state, and they hoped that she could protect the human race. Yi Fan let his young disciple pay his respects here. He himself was also muttering in a low voice. "Great emperor of the human race, please awaken. The ancient race has gone too far. The humiliation of the human race needs to be washed away by the great emperors of the ancient times. Please return one day earlier." In the past, when I first came to this world, I received the great emperor's favor and was bestowed with the 9 profundity holy fruit to change my constitution. Now, you also bestowed me with the myriad chi cauldron. I have no way to repay you. During this period, I left this world twice, both times through the desolate forbidden grounds. I borrowed the 5 colored altars from the great emperor. Thinking back to that bronze immortal palace, that bloody, immortal character, how shocking was it? It gave me a deep comprehension, explaining the great Tao true meaning. I've seen several of your coffins. You've made great contributions, and your battle prowess has shaken both ancient and modern times. You're the most talented person. Yi Fan rambled on, making people feel a bit scared. They felt that he seemed to have a great connection with the great emperor in the desolate ancient forbidden land. The more they heard him, the more uncomfortable they felt. He left this world twice in succession, and this was already known by everyone. Each time, he used the 5-colored altar in the ancient desolate forbidden area to leave under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, and many people saw him leave with their own eyes. When they heard him say this, quite a few cultivators shivered inwardly. Could it be that this fella really had some type of relationship with Huang? And now, they were praying for this human emperor to come out? Outside the forbidden lands of antiquity, there were many people coming and going. There were many incense burner tables. Naturally, some people saw him and heard what he said. What does he want? Don't tell me that they're thinking of inviting the Motherf * King Human King out to suppress the ancient race? That's a little unrealistic. I feel that he's not being honest at all. He's just trying to be mysterious. He's most likely just trying to scare the ancient race. Yi Fan stroked the little monk's flowery bald head that he had personally shaved and said, "Good disciple, with your root of wisdom, you should be more sensitive to this and pay your respects seriously." "Yes, master. I'm extremely sincere and serious. I'm going to pull off a big one and summon the Motherf * King Human King over to wipe out those B* stards of the ancient race." Huahua was not very old, only a few years old. He had a weird look and spoke like a bandit. He had been seriously polluted by the Black Emperor and Longma. Yi Fan was speechless. He could only stroke his little bald head and said earnestly, "Don't hang out with that black dog in the future. How about I send you to Sage Wei Yi's place? That black dog is too unscrupulous. I've been wanting to hang out with him for a long time. He fought with us for the mysterious mineral pool liquid that Master brought back and squeezed together to soak in it. I despise him 100 times, Hua Hua said. Yi Fan felt that something was wrong with him no matter how he looked at him. He was clearly a very tender child with long eyelashes and big black eyes, just like a porcelain doll. Why did he speak like that? Hanging out with people like the black dog and Duanda all day long, he really couldn't be a good person. Actually, the worst one is my big brother Yi Tong. He always scares me when he has nothing better to do. He's obviously doing bad things, but in the end he makes me the scapegoat. Hua Hua felt wronged and complained while blinking his big eyes. Yi Fan was speechless and said, "Damn it, my disciple has been led astray by them. Luckily, I didn't bring Komatsu, otherwise, I really don't know what would have happened. Master, I'm very pure. I didn't do those shameful things. I didn't secretly resell the Enlightenment tea. It was Duanda who forced me to trade. I also didn't secretly drink killing Saint Chi Luo's divine wine. I accidentally passed by and got drunk after smelling the wine. Also, the little bald Hua Hua said seriously with his big eyes. Bullsh asterisk T, I've already investigated it. It's all done by you. Yi Fan knocked his head lightly and said, quickly sense it carefully and use your heart to call. Yes, Master. Yes, Master. Hua Hua straightened his back and chanted sutras, looking like a little charlatan. Yi Fan really wasn't a good master. Whether it was Yi Tong, Komatsu, or now Hua Hua, he didn't put much effort into teaching them. He was a hands-off shopkeeper for a long time. Doing this would indeed allow them to unleash their natural instincts to the greatest extent, and they would not be limited by Yi Fan's achievements and influence. However, doing this would undoubtedly breed a few wild horses, and who knew what they would become in the future. Recently, Yi Fan stayed in the Heavenly Village. He unexpectedly learned from the killing Saint Chi Luo that this little radish was actually innately psychic. He could directly communicate with people spiritually from an extremely far distance. This was a mysterious innate divine ability. It belonged to one of the unknown treasures of the human body. He naturally opened it when he was born. This also made Yi Fan understand why this child could produce the Historia phenomenon of Buddhism. He had obtained the supreme inheritance of Buddhism. His spiritual force was extremely terrifying and was at the inhuman level. He came here to confirm whether the desolate lower continent was the great human emperor or not. He also wanted to use this as a pretext to scare and awe the ancient race, making them suspicious and afraid. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rushed out from the ancient desolate abyss. Black mist overflowed into the sky and covered the midday sun. It made the entire life-forbidden region tremble. Everyone revealed a thoughtful expression. They looked towards the direction of Yi Fan and his disciple and were dumbfounded. Could it be that they really triggered something? He crossed the starry sky from this place twice. If you say it has nothing to do with desolate, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Otherwise, who else could do it? Who would dare to go in? It seems like it was really caused by the praying of the master and disciple. How terrifying! The group of people were all scared. They all retreated far away from this region. Although they were all humans, they were a bit afraid of them. They didn't know what kind of unforeseen event they were about to provoke. Master, I sensed it. There is a powerful spiritual force below that abyss. It's very frightening, stronger than anyone I've ever seen. It's countless times more terrifying than Grandpa killing Saint, said Hua Hua. The expression on Yi Fan's face was hard to calm down. He didn't know if things would go out of control if they continued like this. If a great disaster really did happen, not even deities could save them. Slowly tell her everything I taught you. In the end, he made this decision. Great ancient emperor above, Hua Hua pays her respects to you. The human race is facing a great disaster. A tender child's voice transmitted into the pitch-black abyss through the spirit, piously praying. When Hua used her spirit force, a silvery white vortex appeared above her head. It was as if a reincarnation gate had been opened. Moreover, streaks of patterns appeared on her scalp, spreading outwards. Yi Fan was shocked. The human body really was mysterious. Every inch of flesh contained a treasury, countless divine gates waiting to be opened. Many people, even if they cultivated to the saint realm, might not be able to open many of them. Meanwhile, there were some people who were innately gifted, possessing all types of special divine abilities. They were born with them, not having cultivated before. These were the heavenly awakening treasures. A few figures have appeared. From afar, a cry of alarm rang out. There were cultivators who had opened their heavenly eyes and told everyone what they saw. In the depths of the ancient desolate land, above the 9 sacred mountains, black fog surged. From the abyss, a few figures stood amidst the black fog. They were none other than the desolate slaves. Boom! Suddenly, another unique aura swept out. It was as if a gap had been opened between heaven and earth. The power of deities from the 9 heavens flowed in reverse, causing people to involuntarily want to kneel down. The young child Hua's face turned pale. Her lips trembled as she said, "Master, this human emperor is too powerful. No, she should be a deity." The spirit force I sensed felt like it was an entire body and not her heart. Yi Fan's expression was heavy. He opened his heavenly eyes and stared at the 9 sacred mountains, carefully observing everything there. Desolate it really was her. She appeared above the abyss and was currently observing this place through the black fog. The young child Hua had indeed summoned her. "Human Emperor, please accept my prayer. Time flies, ever since the ancient desolate land, the human race." Hua muttered, seriously passing on the words that Yi Fan and the others taught him in the heavenly village. He spoke about the human race's situation after all these years. Desolate appeared, shocking everyone. The cultivators all retreated, looking at Yi Fan and the young child Hua as if they had seen a ghost. They were all stupefied. Did they really summon her? The human race's sacred body is outside the ancient desolate land and is currently summoning Desolate. It is said that the abyss is the Tao field of the human emperor. He wants to invite her out? When the ancient races received this news, some people were shocked and felt deeply uneasy. There were also some who laughed coldly and prepared to cross the void to intercept Yi Fan and kill him. "Ancient great emperor, please take action." The young child Hua prayed. Yi Fan frowned. A pendant in his hand lit up, indicating that an ancient saint had appeared. He had no choice but to retreat. He had previously gifted some Tao comprehension tea to the old Saint Wei Yi, and the old man gave this item to him. This was a magical artifact refined by the ancient ancestor of the heavenly jade Holy Land. It was extremely mysterious and could sense the aura of a saint even from far away. Even while crossing the void, it could determine the distance based on the different colors it flickered. Yi Fan was just about to bring Hua away when the distant ancient saint was shocked. He discovered that Desolate had truly appeared above the abyss and turned around to escape. Desolate has been summoned by them. The human race's sacred body really does have some unknown connection with her. This news quickly spread among the ancient races. It was as if a nest had exploded. The northern region's races were in an uproar and felt waves of fear. The ancient races who had rushed over after receiving the news had just appeared. When they saw the terrifying figure in the life-restricted region, they were all so frightened that they immediately fled. None of the ancient races expected that Yi Fan would really summon Desolate. It was earth-shattering and the world was shaken. "Master, this is a deity. When I close my eyes, I can see a humanoid light. Compared to her, our own specks of light are as insignificant as specks of dust." The little baldy Hua was terrified. His little face was snow-white and his bald head was shining. Yi Fan focused his eyes and looked forward. At this time, above the ancient desolate abyss, the slender figure hidden in the black mist actually spoke. Immortal, Desolate had spoken. Yi Fan was shaken. He believed that he didn't hear wrong. This was a woman's voice. It was as pleasant as the sounds of nature, but there was a type of supreme dignity to it. Chapter 11:16. Immortal. Just this word alone made the heavens collapse, the great Tao go dormant, the group of stars tremble, and the starry sky rumbled. A mysterious power rushed into the heavens, engulfing the battlefield in outer space. The two ancient saints who were in outer space turned pale with fright, turning around to flee. In the distance, a small metal boat immediately tore open the void, entering the dark cosmos to avoid this divine sound. It was as if it was greatly affected. Are there still human emperors alive on this ancient star? This was a type of intimidation, making the ancient saints who came from other star regions feel horrified. This was truly earth-shattering, shaking the entire starry sky. In the present world, there shouldn't be a single great emperor. 10,000 years ago, the last great emperor also passed away in meditation, so how could there still be an aura of this level? The saints from outer space said softly. There were 3 or 4 people who appeared in this star region, just that they didn't land on the ground. During these days, they had always been observing in outer space. Rumor has it that in the current world, there are already no great emperors in the cosmos. How could such a person suddenly appear? If there was someone who corroborated the Tao in this world, they should be able to see that this ancient star is different from the others. It was clear that none of these people were weak, or else how could they travel through the stars? These were some super saints who could roam the heavens. The entire starry sky has been without an emperor for many years, and it will continue to be like this. This is the prediction made by the greatest saint, and the credibility is quite high. Why is this ancient star like this? Now, for the sake of fighting over the right to enter the immortal domain, the great existences among the saints will all hurry over. Why would the aura of a great emperor appear? If the path to immortality is empty, in the future, the ancient saints of the entire cosmos will fight over the opportunity to become an emperor first. There will definitely be a great collision that will unfold on a magnificent scale. The forbidden ancient land was just a single word, yet it shook the starry sky in outer space. The saints were all incredibly bewildered, not daring to descend. Yi Fan had a look of shock on his face. Huang appeared, but why did he only say a single word? Now, he finally received confirmation that she was a woman. Her voice was like the sounds of nature, moving one's heart, yet there was an inviolable dignity to it. Through the hazy fog, anyone who had cultivated the third eye could see a slender figure floating above the abyss. His eyes were cold, but there was a kind of calmness and transcendence about him. Quite a few human cultivators had arrived, and all of them knelt down and called out, "Great Emperor," asking her to come out of the forbidden area and protect the human race. As for the ancient race, not a single one of them appeared. All of them had escaped at the first moment. Even the ancient saints did not dare to show their faces. That was because the battle at the bronze Immortal Palace had left too deep of an impression on them. In that battle, desolation wiped out a group of ancient saints. Even with the 3 great sage overseeing them, even with the extreme Tao ancient imperial weapons, it was useless. They could only flee. In the eyes of many ancient clans, Huang seemed to be purposely targeting them, not having the slightest good impression of them. Sending themselves over was just courting death, which was why not a single ancient saint dared to appear. Unparalleled great emperor. Hua's little face turned pale. He communicated with his spirit force, causing his entire body to involuntarily tremble. After all, he was too young. How could he not be shocked when he saw such an existence? Unfortunately, no matter what he said, Huang didn't say anything else. He only silently looked at Yi Fan, his gaze penetrating his body, unknown what he was thinking. Yi Fan's body went ice cold, cold sweat pouring out from his pores. He was targeted by Huang. Huang's eyes swept over the green copper cauldron in his body, to all life source energy, and then to the immortal treasure diagram one by one. It was as if they were tangible, as if 2 swords streaked past, making his bones feel pain. Yi Fan wanted to use the tiger's skin to scare the ancient race, but now, Huang was targeting him. This made him feel like things weren't good, as if he was inviting trouble onto himself. Immortal path. Only after a long time had passed did Huang shift his gaze, speaking these 2 words. It was pleasant to listen to, as if immortal music from the 9 heavens passed, making everyone's ears perk up, wishing to know what was going to happen next. Huang mentioned the immortal path. This was shocking. This was the ruler of a great emperor-level restricted region. Any word she said could shake up the entire stellar domain. However, many people didn't hear what she said next. The smoke and clouds turned into ribbons of black mist, winding about the 9 sacred mountains, making that figure seem even more slender and unreachable. She slowly descended, entering the eternal darkness, entering the abyss, no longer appearing. Hua's little bald head was shining. When he saw Huang descend, he immediately recovered his past temperament. He looked quite tender, but he was actually a mischievous spirit, continuously spouting nonsense. Unparalleled great emperor, go in peace, I feel great reverence towards you. Suddenly, his little face became bitter, his face turning pale, a pair of large eyes widening until they were perfectly round. He said to Yi Fan in alarm, Master, she spoke to me, did you hear her? I didn't, what did you sense with your spirit? Yi Fan revealed a look of shock. He looked towards the others, but they didn't show any abnormalities, clearly not hearing anything. She sighed gloomily as if she had lost something. She only said 3 words, we were all wrong. What did she mean? Hua mumbled in a low voice, but her voice was cut off by Yi Fan's gold sacred region. All wrong, Yi Fan said to himself, great waves stirring within him. What did this mean? Let's go. Yi Fan pulled Hua, decisively boarding the shining flying ship, immediately entering the realm gate, disappearing from this place. That day, the world was in turmoil, all sides moved. Huang was called out by Yi Fan and his master, as if indirectly proving that he really was related to Huang. The ancient races felt uneasy. He really can call out to Huang. This means that the 2 times he borrowed the path wasn't without reason. Many people were stupefied, all sides shocked. The ancient races, in particular, felt weak. This indirectly proved that she might be a great human emperor who had lived to this era. If she was dissatisfied with them, it would be a great disaster. Yi Fan returned to the heavenly village and told them all the information he had obtained, leaving everyone stupefied. What did she mean by, all wrong? She might really be a ruthless person. Thinking that a great emperor is still alive, my heart is thumping nonstop. I won't go to the southern region in the future, Duanda said with a guilty conscience. You've done too many immoral things, daring to dig up her Dao field. Now, just keep the heaven-devouring demonic jar. Who knows when it'll take care of you, the Black Emperor said, taking joy in his misfortune. Martial Uncle Duan, Martial Nephew is willing to share your burdens. Give that jar to me, I don't mind. Big Flowery's eyes were sparkling. He had a small bald head, and with a warm expression, he moved closer. Go play with the mud on the side. Duanda waved his hand. Master Uncle Duan, I won't take it for free. Let's still follow the old rules and carry out the transaction. Dao Comprehension Tea, or killing Saint Old Man's soul transforming blade, which one do you like? Hua persisted. The group of people looked at Duanda, all of their expressions unkind. Motherfucker, don't listen to his nonsense. This little thing is so mischievous, I've never traded with him before. Last time, when I was drinking, he stole 2 good things from me, said Duanda. In the heavenly village, the group of people thought for a long time. They all agreed that there might be some great changes in the future, so they all said that they had to make mental preparations. Duanda lacked confidence. From that day forth, he no longer entered the southern region. He really was a bit scared. The ancient races became quiet, not making any other movements. They truly felt uneasy. A few people thought of ways to send death-sworn soldiers into Origin Ancient Mine, their minds full of worry. The days passed one after another. In the following period of time, it was extremely peaceful, no great battles erupting. There were only a few more ancient sages who came from beyond the heavens, arriving for the path of immortality. In the blink of an eye, it was close to half a year. Yi Fan continued to cultivate, and it was time to bid farewell to Big Dipper. Because of this, he specially went to Ji family to ask about Ji Ziyue and Ji Haoyue. Little Moon's father was a man of great talent and bold vision, a heroic middle-aged man. his black hair scattered down, his eyes like lightning. He personally received him in Ji family's ancestral palace. This was a grand ancient palace, rumored to have been built by the Void Emperor. It was connected to a boundless void, the radiance of a stellar domain flickering about. Rumor had it that back then, the Void Emperor was buried in the cosmos from this place, never appearing again, never leaving behind a coffin. Little Moon's father attached great importance to Yi Fan. Being able to bring him to this place was also a type of acknowledgement. During this time, Ji also came here, saying a few things. This is the path taken by the great emperor, there is the tomb of the Void Emperor in the cosmos. In the end, Yi Fan left Ji family and headed straight for Qishir Manor. Because the half-a-year period was up, he was about to leave this world. Damn, that girl Zitong ran away. That scoundrel Zfa also ran away. This emperor is so angry. When the Black Emperor came to send him off, he brought this news. Yi Fan handed the matter of the flying ship to him, originally hoping that he would thoroughly study it, but he didn't expect that an accident would happen. When the two of them were teaching the Black Emperor how to pilot the flying ship, they abandoned their physical bodies and fled with their primordial spirits. The body is the foundation of a god. Now they have become rootless duckweed. Even if they possess a body, there will be a rather long rejection period. I don't believe they can escape from this world. The Black Emperor was indignant. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned. The two soul lamps in his hands both flourished and then exploded. They found a suitable body, and it's not in this world anymore. The Black Emperor shouted, revealing a shocked expression. At this moment, the Zhang's 6 golden body, this sacred artifact, was glowing all over. It streaked across the sky and directly disappeared from the eastern wasteland, entering the dark universe. Inside the cabin, the purple-eyed woman's expression was cold. She had adapted to the body she had duplicated with the blood she had left behind earlier and said, "This ancient planet is too strange. The power of the natives is beyond imagination. We must think of a way to return to the mother planet and bring the news back. I wonder if we can still find those naturally formed space jump points. Now that there's a big problem with our spaceship, it's too difficult." The golden-haired middle-aged man said. The 10 feet 6 golden body transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the universe. Central Continent, Qishir Manor. Black Emperor, Dong Fangyi, Sacred Prince, Li Heishui, Yan Yishi, Li Tian and the others all came to send them off. After today's parting, I don't know when we will meet again. Since ancient times, who knows how many people have walked this path, but in the past hundreds of thousands of years, only 3 to 5 people have returned. Take care. Master, you're leaving again. Yi Tong was sad. Master, I'm the purest. Please take me with you. I'm afraid I'll be led astray by Black Emperor and Duanda. Hua, the little monk, tugged at his trousers and raised his head, blinking his big eyes. Damn it, this bastard has an evil nature. He wasn't led astray by outsiders at all, Duanda said. Priest Duan, why don't you come with me? I'm sure there will be countless big tombs waiting for you to rob along the way, Yi Fan said with a smile. I'm not going anywhere. Immortal Ascension and Tao building are in the ancient times. Last time, I missed the opening time of the Path of Immortality. This time, I'll be the first to rush in. I can't make any more mistakes. The strongest trial in history. This is a path that has caused countless heroes to shed their blood. Even the strongest sacred physique has lost 3 people. It's incomparably cruel. Think carefully. Once you enter, there's no turning back. The old master of Qishir Manor said to Yi Fan. Chapter 11:17. I've already thought it through. There's nothing to regret. I'm willing to participate in the strongest trial in history. Yi Fan said straightforwardly. Good, you chose your own path. It's good that you don't have any regrets in the future. The old master of Qishir Manor nodded. Before leaving, Yi Fan and the old master of Qishir Manor went to a sealed stone room. It was isolated from the outside world to pass down some coordinates. No one was allowed to approach. After a long time, Yi Fan came out and bid farewell to Yi Tong, the Sacred Prince, the Black Emperor, Li Heishui, Duanda, Yan Yishi, and the others. He was about to step onto the heavenly road and enter the star field. Parting was undoubtedly sad. They had finally met again after returning from the other side of the starry sky, but Yi Fan had to embark on a journey again. This was his life choice. He was going to participate in the strongest trial in history. The obsession on the other side of the starry sky was gone. His parents were no longer here. Apart from these old friends, cultivating, achieving Tao, and becoming an immortal were his greatest goals. We'll meet again. I'll come back alive. Yi Fan waved his hand as his gaze swept past everyone. Take care, Yi Fan. You must take care of yourself. We'll meet again when you're alive. Bring back the big and small moons as well as Pang Bo. They knew that the main reason Yi Fan entered the strongest trial was to save these people. Tempering himself was secondary. This path was too dangerous, only opening once every 10,000 years. Each time, the most stunning people of this world would leave, entering the boundless cosmos. However, after endless years, only 3 to 5 people returned alive, the others all dying in the foreign realm, dying in battle in the starry sky. Yi Fan was very strong, but he might not be able to survive. There were already precedents of several saint physiques dying in battle. After this parting, it was unknown whether they would meet again in this life. Goodbye. Yi Fan turned around and left resolutely. Master, you must come back alive. Yi Tong shouted with tears in his eyes. What? Master, you really don't care about me. We come from the same place, how can you leave me behind? Gue Hua Hua cried. Brat, you still lack my Xiantian holy body. If you die, I won't let your soul rest in peace. You must return alive. The Black Emperor roared. I'll wait for you to prove your Tao and become an emperor. This time, if I still can't enter the immortal region, the next time I wake up, I'll dig up your grave. Remember to put more treasures in it. Duanda said. The sacred prince, Li Tian, Li Heishui, Yen Yishi, Dong Fangyi, Yao Yuekong, and the others waved their hands and watched him leave. The innermost depths of the Odd Warrior Manor was a forbidden land. Outsiders couldn't approach it, and it was impossible for them to reach this place. There was a natural primal chaos great formation engraved here, and it was filled with endless killing intent. It was because this place held the manor's most important secret. Yi Fan and the old saint of Qishir Manor entered this secret land together. The traces of the great formation were very obvious in this place. It was densely interwoven with each other. Strand after strand of chaotic energy flickered, protecting this place tightly. The most terrifying killing formation was densely laid here, turning this place into a barren land. Few people could attack this place. Before the Desolate Era, there was a manor lord who obtained an incomplete art of the 9 secrets. It was all related to Tao patterns. Unfortunately, it was greatly damaged, or else this formation would be even more terrifying. The old manor lord sighed. He spoke frankly. After so many years, the great formation was severely damaged and was no longer as magnificent as it was in the past. Otherwise, any ancient saint who entered would die. It was hard to say now. Yi Fan was speechless. There was actually an incomplete art of the 9 secrets that was related to Tao patterns in the Odd Warrior Manor. If the Black Emperor knew about this, he would definitely go crazy with joy. The black dog wanted it even in its dreams, and it had been searching for clues for so many years. Wu, I've already closed the primal chaos killing formation. This place is safe now, or else no matter who enters, they will suffer indiscriminate attacks. Let's go in. The old saint said. Yi Fan understood. A strange expression flashed past his eyes as he entered the depths of this secret land. There was a colorless altar in front of him. It was simple and unadorned, yet imposing. It was as if it had fallen out of time and space from the ancient times. Go, tread on your own path. I hope you will become the most powerful in history. The old saint stopped. Yi Fan saluted him respectfully to express his gratitude. He then ascended the rainbow altar step by step. This altar is very special. This old one is going to activate it. Are you ready to cross over? The old manor lord asked. I'm ready. Yi Fan nodded. The void suddenly collapsed. A large earthen yellow hand descended from the sky, slapping towards the altar and Yi Fan. Its speed reached the extreme, and its holy might was vast and mighty. The old saint was shocked and furious. He shouted loudly, "You dare!" His originally stooped body straightened in an instant. His palm enlarged and turned into a large silver monument. It imprinted itself into the sky and immediately blocked that large hand. Boundless holy might formed a storm in the sky. Every strand of wind could tear open a black hole. It was incomparably terrifying. This was a confrontation between the most powerful ancient saints. Another cold snort sounded. Another ancient saint appeared. His large green claw was covered in scales. It covered half the sky as it clawed towards Yi Fan and the rainbow altar. Do you all want to start a war with the human race? The old saint from the extraordinary warrior manor was seething with anger. His other large hand slapped out, forming a second silver monument. Symbols flickered on its surface, engraved with divine patterns. He exchanged a palm with the second person, stopping him in the sky. However, a third aura appeared. It was extremely abrupt and incomparably powerful. A large black claw reached out from the clouds. It was unknown just how many li long it was, but its demonic might covered the sun. This terrifying scene could be seen even from several hundred li away. It was too terrifying. Such a large claw truly seemed like the hand of the heavens that could obliterate everything in the world. The old saint from the extraordinary warrior manor roared angrily. He opened his mouth and let out a long roar. The clouds in all directions moved, and a silver-white true dragon sprayed out from his mouth and nose. This was his innate origin essence energy. It entered the clouds and slashed towards that large black hand. So powerful! It seems like your cultivation is unfathomable to stop 3 ancient saints. Let me see how long you can last. This was a Saint King. He coldly spoke in the void, causing the great Tao to rumble and the heaven and earth to tremble. His body turned into a hazy streak of light. He took a step forward and slapped towards Yi Fan and the rainbow altar. The old saint from the extraordinary warrior manor was so angry that his hair stood on end. He shouted loudly and the space between his brows opened. A vertical eye appeared and shot out a beam of divine light towards this Saint King. The most terrifying thing happened. The 5th ancient saint appeared. Another person came. Even though he wasn't a Saint King, he was still powerful enough. He stomped down towards Yi Fan with the intention of crushing him to death. You all are intolerable bullies. Intruding into my extraordinary warrior manor and acting wantonly, are you trying to provoke an all-out war between the ancient race and the human race? The old saint was like an old lion. Anger was written all over his face. Without a doubt, these people were here for Yi Fan. They wanted to kill him and snatch away this rainbow sacrificial altar for the ancient race to use. The human race's saint physique won't live past today. Old fellow, don't protect him anymore. It's not worth risking your life for a dead person. Moreover, your extraordinary warrior manor won't be able to protect this rainbow altar. The ancient race saint said coldly. His voice was filled with ruthless killing intent. This old one will fight to the death with you all. The eyes of the old saint from the extraordinary warrior manor were red. There seemed to be endless resentment in his heart as he wanted to fight to the death with these people. The void broke open, and the 6th ancient saint appeared. His body was enveloped in tens of thousands of divine halos. There were divine wings on his back, and he was incomparably resplendent. This was a Saint King. You alone won't be able to reverse the situation. If you continue to struggle like this, you will only die in vain. The newly appeared Saint King said calmly. Yi Fan stood on the altar and shouted at the 6 ancient saints, a group of despicable ancient saints. You all have no sense of honor. For a mere Dao-severing expert like me, you actually mustered such a large force. 6 saints came together just for me. Don't you all feel ashamed? Just an ant. If it wasn't for a great sage who divined a wisp of the future and felt that you might be a character, we wouldn't have moved for you, an ancient saint said coldly. You all are still afraid in the end. If you have something to say, come at me alone. Yi Fan roared. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a chicken, an ancient saint said coldly. An ancient saint coldly said. A large purple hand reached down from the dark clouds and slapped toward his body. This hand was too big. With a rumbling sound, the entire sky seemed like it was going to collapse. Every purple scale on it was several zhang long, and it was extremely terrifying. Master! Yi Tong and the others saw it clearly from the distance. They all cried out in horror. They knew it was over. So many ancient saints took action, and there was no lack of saint kings among them. How could the old master of the extraordinary warrior manner block them all by himself? It would be difficult for him to protect Yi Fan. Damn it, the saints of the ancient races have taken action, and there are so many of them at once. It's difficult for Yi Fan to survive. What should we do? Truly shameless. There are actually so many ancient saints taking action together. They don't have the slightest bit of humanity. They want to eliminate my human race's sacred physique and disregard all rules. How hateful! Regardless of whether it was Yi Fan, Li Tian and the others, or the famous figures of the extraordinary warrior manner, they were all roaring in anger. They were filled with unwillingness and anger. With so many ancient saints arriving, it was clear that they didn't want to give Yi Fan any chance of survival. At the same time, one could see how much they feared the human race's sacred physique. They feared that he would grow up and walk the path of the strongest refinement, ultimately confirming his Tao and returning. And now, they attacked powerfully and without the slightest restraint. They wanted to eliminate him and completely strangle him while he was still in the cradle of growth. If you want to walk the path of the strongest refinement, go reincarnate into a good body in your next life. There's no hope for you in this life. During these few months, the ancient races didn't make any movements because they couldn't find traces of Yi Fan. However, they had long since learned that he would walk this ancient heavenly path, and thus they attacked. The sacred physique was one of the strongest physiques in the cosmos, and the ancient races were deeply apprehensive about it. Some extreme royal races couldn't tolerate him becoming a saint, and they even more so didn't want him to become a saint in the future. Damn it! A famous elder from the Qishir manor clenched his fists and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. This ending made him so depressed and sullen that he couldn't bear it. Master! Hot tears welled up in Yi Tong's eyes. He couldn't help but roar in anger and wanted to rush over. However, he was firmly held back by the Black Emperor, who told him to endure and take revenge in the future. If Yi Fan is unwell, I will pay a visit to these ancient saints one by one on the day I become a saint. Li Tian said coldly. Master, don't die. Little Baldy cried loudly. These people were completely in despair. The ancient saints had all arrived, and there were so many of them. How were they going to stop them? Don't worry. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. A figure walked out from the sealed stone room in the distance. He approached and rubbed Huahua's little bald head. Don't cry. He helped her wipe away the string of tears on her face. The group of people were all dumbfounded. The person who came was precisely Yi Fan, and that stone room was the one he and the old master had entered not long ago. What's going on? You are Yi Fan, but who is that person on the rainbow altar? A few of the famous elders from the Qishir manor were somewhat stupefied. I need an explanation. The Black Emperor bared his teeth. Now, we only need to watch the show. Yi Fan smiled and looked toward the depths of the Qishir manor. There, a great battle was unfolding. They knew that since Yi Fan was here and there was no danger, it was obvious that all the ancient saints had been tricked. They were definitely going to suffer a great misfortune. Chapter 11:18. In the depths of the unique warrior manor, large amounts of light flickered. Strand after strand of light tore the sky full of holes. There were groups of black holes everywhere. The saints were fighting. This battle had reached its climax. If a light wave struck the ground, it would definitely make a large part of the central continent sink in. At the very least, the purple spiritual mountain where the unique warrior manor was located wouldn't be preserved. However, shouts rang out and holy lights splashed everywhere. This place was still not destroyed and was preserved. The unique warrior manor is worthy of being an important place of the human race. The combination of the rarely seen terrain and Tao patterns made this place an immortal land. An ancient saint said to himself, His attacks became even more ferocious as he launched an exceptional attack that belonged to a Saint King. The great Tao rumbled. Tens of thousands of strands of immortal light crushed down from the sky, about to turn this place into a scorched earth. The expressions of the spectators all changed. At this moment, they saw a resplendent river of stars pouring down from the boundless starry sky. Tens of thousands of streaks of light crushed down from the sky, about to overturn this place. Unique warrior manners master, are you still putting up a stubborn resistance? Do you want to wait for your clan to be completely wiped out? Another ancient saint was extremely tyrannical as he spoke coldly. The sky was in ruins. A boundless expanse of light danced about. There were also countless black holes faintly discernible as they shattered the sky. You kings are going too far. Do you really not care about the slightest bit of rules? The unique warrior manners old master shouted. His head of messy white hair stood on end. We are indeed going too far. What can you do about it? An ancient saint's tone was overbearing and arrogant. His expression was cold and indifferent, carrying a lawless and indifferent laughter. It could be said that he was completely unrestrained. His voice was exceptionally ear-piercing. In the distance, the faces of the unique warrior manners big names all changed. They all clenched their fists tightly. The invading ancient saints were truly fearless. It made their lungs explode with anger. They truly wanted to immediately kill them. Unfortunately, these people were too powerful. How many experts in the present world could contend against them? Too excessive. These ancient races should be hacked to pieces. Are they bullying our human race because we lack saints? Arrogant and despotic to the extreme. An elder from the unique warrior manor was so angry that his entire body was shaking. Yi Tong, Li Tian, Dong Fang Yi, and the others were also furious. They furiously glared at the sky. The only thing that comforted them was that Yi Fan was unharmed. Seeing how calm he was, they could infer that the old saint of the unique warrior manor had made preparations. In that secret land, the battle was getting more and more intense. The old master's cultivation was extraordinary. He was actually able to hold off 6 saints by himself. The battle had reached its climax. Master of the Qishir Mansion, why are you doing this? It's not worth it for a saint physique. If you throw your life away, it will be too late for regrets. The old man is indeed very strong, exceeding our expectations. However, how long can you last like this? In the end, you will still die a wrongful death. The 6 ancient saints fought the old palace master, their battle intent surging, blotting out the dazzling sun. One of the ancient saints even summoned the sacred radiance of the stars, turning this place into a starry sky. Meteors danced in the air as comets streaked across the sky. Rays of light submerged this place. The power of the summoned stars was extremely terrifying as it submerged the entire central prefecture. You all rely on your bravery to bully us. Have you ever thought that one day, there will be even stronger experts who will attack your clan and kill you all until your souls are extinguished? The old master shouted. Are you joking? Just relying on your unique warrior manner? You want to rely on the human race's saint physique to prove your Tao? Unfortunately, we won't give you the chance. Today, we will make your blood splash for hundreds of zhang. 6 ancient saints soared into the sky and simultaneously suppressed the old master of the unique warrior manor. This place was filled with multicolored lights, and each strand was destructive. The scene of the saints fighting was too tragic. If it wasn't for the unique warrior manor being a special place where the entire purple mountain was densely covered in Tao marks, even the afterglow of a saint's attack would be enough to destroy this place dozens of times over. You were right about one thing just now. Today, we are indeed bullying the human race. What can you do about it? Not only do we want to kill your human race's saint physique, we also want to seize the 5-colored altar. You can't stop us. The ancient race saints saw that they couldn't win after fighting for a long time. One of them laughed arrogantly. He wanted to make the old saint angry and disturb his calm mind. Since you all are so arrogant and have spoken to this extent, this old one will also go all out and leave you all behind. The old master roared. Old man, today, we will definitely eat you up. We are bullying the human race because there is no one left. What can you do about it? An ancient saint sneered in a domineering and overbearing manner. Long. Suddenly, streaks of sword energy rushed into the heavens, flying out from the unique warrior manner. They were all primal chaos sword radiance, and they hacked down until the heavens collapsed, turning this place into a land of death. What? That primal chaos killing formation clearly closed, and activating it requires a long time. Why did it revive again? Hurry and retreat, hurry and leave this place, break away from the killing formation. Several ancient saints' faces were full of shock, and a hint of fear appeared. They all flew into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. They wanted to break away from the exceptional killing formation left behind from ancient times. Poof! A streak of primal chaos sword radiance swept over. Blood splashed several dozen zhang into the sky, streaking across an ancient saint's chest, splitting him in half on the spot. Ah! He screamed miserably. A rain of blood overflowed into the heavens. His primordial spirit light shone brilliantly, flying with everything he had, tearing apart the void to escape. However, this primal chaos killing formation was too strange and terrifying. It was all-pervasive, and it locked down the void. He had no way of escaping. This was especially the case when blood splashed out. The entire ancient killing formation revived, locking down this ancient saint. All of the primal chaos sword radiance gathered in this direction. Pooh! Endless streaks of primal chaos light hacked over, hacking this ancient saint's primordial spirit until it was deformed. His life flame quickly dried up, going from resplendent to flickering in but an instant. The terror of this primal chaos killing formation was clear to see. It could even cut down saints. The expressions of the ancient saints who rushed into the clouds all became ugly to the extreme. No, this person released a final cry of unwillingness. He was hacked into dust by the primal chaos sword radiance, dying completely. An ancient saint of a generation had fallen. In the distance, the large black dog's large eyes flickered with a dark light, and he said, as expected of the extraordinary warrior manner, "This killing formation is very terrifying, comparable to some of the formation patterns of the great ancient emperors. However, I've never heard of an emperor appearing here." His eyes suddenly lit up, and he opened them very wide as he thought of the 9 secrets. Good move. You knew that we would come, and you want to trap and kill us here. An ancient saint roared angrily above the clouds. Unfortunately, your plan is destined to fail. Today I will definitely kill you, you old bastard. A few ancient race ancestral kings escaped, and only one was killed by the sword radiance. At this moment, they stood tall in the sky, their eyes like eternal ice, cold and emotionless. They wanted to start a massacre. The old palace chief said calmly, "Since you have fought your way here and think that the human race can be bullied, then there is nothing more to say. We can only use blood sacrifice for the formation, and kill to reason things out." Yi Tong, Yao Yuekeng, Li Heishui, and the others all clenched their fists, extremely excited. The old palace chief activated the primal chaos killing formation and killed an ancient race saint, which made them feel that they had vented their anger. Just now, they had been extremely stifled. Now, there were only 5 ancient saints left, and the old palace chief could most likely fight them head-on. He would not be as passive as before. However, before they could relax for even a moment, a grand wave surged over, quickly rushing over from the horizon. You are right. Today we will use blood sacrifice for the formation, and kill to reason things out. We will definitely eat the human race. Even if we want to bully you, so what? As this voice rushed over, the 7th ancient race saint appeared. His might was monstrous, and blood clouds pressed down. They were as heavy as the sea, and a bloody smell assailed the nostrils. It was suffocating, as if there were a million blood-colored mountains flying over. Everyone's expressions changed. The 7th ancient saint had appeared, and the ancient race had mobilized. How could they fight against this? Could the old palace chief of the odd warrior manor still hold on? The ancient race had mobilized a large force, and they would not rest until they achieved their goal. Even if they had made preparations and countermeasures, It was impossible without absolute strength. Everyone was full of worry. In the end, this was a world where strength spoke. In front of so many ancient saints, all strategies were useless. They only needed to smash them with a single punch. "It's fine," Yi Fan said calmly. He rubbed Hua Hua's little bald head, telling everyone not to worry. "Really, there won't be a disaster?" An elite disciple of the odd warrior manner asked. Yi Fan did not say much. Today's situation was decided by the old palace chief half a year ago. The multicolored altar was too dazzling, and the ancient race had long since set their eyes on it. They wanted to carry out the cicada shedding its carapace plan today. When the old saint met him for the first time in the small wine shop, he said that he would send him into the ancient heaven path half a year later. He purposely spread the news that he was going to destroy the multicolored altar today. At the same time, he was going to hit the ancient race. "Old man, you are courting death. The human race's sacred body will die, and the odd warrior manor will also be destroyed. This multicolored altar will also belong to us," an ancient saint said coldly. "Let's talk with strength. If you can't do it, it will be useless no matter what reasoning you humans have. You can only lower your head to us," a saint king said. Everyone was furious. The famous guests of the odd warrior manor were about to stomp their feet in anger, but they did not have the strength to help. It was impossible for these ancient saints to enter the primal chaos killing formation again. Killing one ancient saint was already the limit, and it would be difficult to lure them in again. Is that so? Does having a bigger fist make sense? That's fine. This old man will talk reason with you all. At this time, an aged voice rang out. On the multicolored altar, Yi Fan's body turned into a wisp of clear air and dissipated. In his place, a sickly old man appeared and turned into another person. "What, it's him? Guy Juyo. Why did he come? When did he arrive? Hurry and leave." The ancient race ancient kings' faces were ashen, full of uneasiness. They didn't dare say anything else and turned around to leave. "Since everyone has come, let's do as you all said. Let's use our fists to talk reason." Guy Juyo's face was sickly. His voice was calm without the slightest bit of anger. However, when he pointed out with his finger, the winds and clouds immediately changed. A streak of finger radiance rushed into the sky. It was as if a sun had fallen, streaking across the cosmos and shining with eternal immortal splendor. Pooh! An ancient saint exploded on the spot. Blood scattered everywhere, dyeing heaven and earth red. He didn't even have the time to release a groan before he turned into a dismembered corpse. The other 5 ancient saints were scared out of their wits. What kind of people were they? An ancient saint among them was actually blasted apart by a single finger. This made everyone tremble in fear. "Don't leave. Let's continue to talk reason. After we finish here, this old man will go to your clans and carefully and seriously talk for half a day." Guy Juyo pointed out with his finger again. With a light pu sound, the second ancient saint turned into a pool of blood, his body and soul extinguished. Chapter 11:19. Annihilating a saint with a flick of a finger. How terrifying was this battle prowess? Not to mention the current era, even looking at the ancient times, it wouldn't be inferior to the most ferocious figures in the long river of history. Guy Juyo's divine might shook the world as soon as he appeared. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with those who stood at the peak since ancient times. He was a true peerless expert. Just 2 flick of his finger had destroyed 2 ancient saints. Not even a strand of their souls had escaped. The bloody mist drifting in the sky, the scarlet smell, and the dazzling light were shocking. The remaining ancient race saints all turned pale and their limbs were numb. They felt a chill run down their spine and their souls were trembling. It wasn't that they were weak, but there was something in the body of the seemingly decrepit old man in front of them that made them tremble instinctively. Others might not be able to tell, but as ancient sages, they were able to see it clearly at this moment of life and death. Within that old, almost decaying body, there was a soul that shone brilliantly like the sun. It was a clear indication of his unparalleled strength. Even though the soul was already covered in the marks of time and it was difficult for it to remain immortal, dealing with them was as easy as flipping one's hand. It was enough. "Guy Juyo, you can't do this." The ancient saints were terrified. The old man's chi and blood were withered and he looked so decrepit, but they were terrified to the extreme. Why can't I do this? Didn't you just say that we should talk with strength and reason with our fists? I'm talking to you very seriously. Gai Jiuyo had a sickly expression. He spat out a breath of clear air and turned into a chaotic light that rushed forward. An ancient saint's body was in tatters as if he had been smashed by a giant hammer. Whether it was his bones or flesh, they were all rotten beyond recognition. Even his primordial spirit was in the same state. Then his entire body exploded. Dead, another ancient saint has died. This was a saint king of the ancient races who was famous for his defense, but he was shattered by a breath of essence energy. Within the Qishir manor, the group of legendary figures who had felt incomparably sullen and indignant just now all felt relieved. Their gloominess disappeared, and they began to sympathize with the ancient saints. Facing such an unfathomable Gai Jiuyo was truly a tragedy. Even an ancient sage had lost the ability to fight and was casually killed by Gai Jiuyo. He was as weak as a 3-year-old. Gai Jiuyo, you're a true peerless expert. Do you still remember the agreement of the Jade Lake meeting? Aren't you afraid of provoking a few great sages by killing us ancient sages without any scruples? Please have mercy, we know we're in the wrong, an ancestral king cried out in fear with a pale face. After becoming saints for so many years, when had they ever been so frightened? They had always been high and mighty, but at this moment, they were putting on a brave front but cowardly on the inside. They were scared to the bone. Gai Jiuyo sighed softly. The human clan talks about rules with you. You say that whoever's fist is stronger is the law. Now, I'm talking about the principle of fists with you, but you're mentioning the old agreement and rules. What do you think I should do? He stood on the 5-colored altar just like that, his ancient Taoist clothes fluttering about, moving with the wind. His body was shriveled up, his complexion not great, but he possessed heaven's shocking strength. He alone was enough to make saints feel fear, as if they were facing a deity. Swish! An ancient sage took out a divine artifact that was passed down from generation to generation. Divine light surged into the sky, tearing open a chaotic passageway, wanting to reach the northern region and escape this calamity. This divine light was very dazzling, illuminating eternity. He took a step into it, a hint of joy on his face. As long as the crack closed, he would be able to escape without a trace. However, this naturally couldn't become a reality, because the person in front of him was called Gai Jiuyo. Whether it was in the past, present, or future, he was a peerless figure that could be recorded in the history of cultivation. If it wasn't for the fact that he was born too close to the Azure the Arch, he would definitely have a chance to prove his way. Boom! Gai Jiuyo stood on the 5-colored sacrificial altar. There was no light in his eyes, and they even looked a little cloudy. However, when he reached out with his hand, it was as if the heavens were falling and the earth rending. He directly grabbed the ancient sage and his weapon out of thin air. This is too terrifying. It wasn't just Yi Fan, Duanda, the Holy Prince, and the others. Even the saint-level beings felt their scalps go numb. Every inch of the remaining 2 ancient sages' flesh was convulsing, and they were extremely terrified. They were saints, and they could pluck down meteors and shatter the moon. With a single battle, they could cause a vast expanse of the middle state to sink. However, when facing Gai Jiuyo at this moment, they were like sick men, and they didn't even have the courage to fight. This was because Gai Jiuyo could destroy them with just a wave of his hand. Pooh! The wrinkled palms slowly closed, and the ancient sage let out a wail of anguish before turning into a mist of blood on the spot. Meanwhile, the gods contained within the divine artifact struggled in terror, but it also shattered inch by inch, transforming into a dazzling divine light that filled the sky like fireworks. Just how powerful is this? That's an immortal divine artifact, and yet it's being ignited like fireworks. It's so extravagant and brilliant. The large black dog murmured. This kind of battle prowess almost petrified everyone. There was no way to estimate Gai Jiuyo's true cultivation level, and they could only look up to him in awe. Gai Jiuyo said, "For so many years, you've acted in a domineering manner. Wherever your descendants go, Even children don't dare to cry. One can imagine just how arrogant you've become. At first, I didn't want to cause trouble. All races should be equal, and we should coexist peacefully while waiting for the path of celestial ascension to open. However, you've gone too far, and you're completely unbridled. Now, you've actually come to my race's divine land, and you want to kill my race's saint physique and seize the 5-colored sacrificial altar. Do you think my race is easy to bully? Perhaps I'll have to stretch my muscles a little. If we're just trying to reason with each other, some people won't know when to stop. Please spare us. We won't dare to do this again. If you spare us this time, we'll never appear again, and we'll never become enemies with the human race. An ancient sage bowed deeply, and he was almost kneeling there. His forehead was covered with sweat, and he didn't dare to move. It's too late. Since I've already made my move, how can I stop now? Jianghu shook his head. It was obvious that he wanted to establish his might this time, and beat the ancient race until they were terrified. Killing these few ancient sages was just a prelude, and he definitely wanted to use this to send out the most terrifying warning. You're an unparalleled existence, and we're just ants. Please don't lower yourself to our level. We swear that we'll never become enemies with the human race, so please have mercy. Everyone had moments of fear. Facing Jianghu, these two ancient sages were completely terrified. In order to live, they knelt there and begged. These were the most radical ancient kings of the 10 great king clans. They were usually high and mighty, and they had never trembled in fear like this before. They knelt and begged for their lives, and they didn't even have the thought of fighting. If word got out, it would definitely shock the world. Unfortunately, their final repentance and begging couldn't change their fates. Jianghu shook his sleeves, and they broke apart inch by inch, turning into a bloody pulp. Today, some king clans of the northern region broke the agreement for no reason, and they came to kill the saint physique of the human race. They even wanted to seize the 5-colored sacrificial altar left behind by the great human emperor, forcing me to make a trip to the northern region, Jianghu said. The 5-colored sacrificial altar has been destroyed by the ancient race, the old saint of the unique warrior manner said. After saying this, he shook his sleeves, and the 5-colored divine light flashed. The altar shrunk, and it was sucked into it. Ah, is the ancient road to the outer region really destroyed? Was it destroyed by those ancient sages? In the unique warrior manner, an upright and honest Almighty was in a daze, and he asked with a sullen face. You idiot, this is naturally said by that old fox, the manor master. He wants to put the blame on us and hide the 5-colored sacrificial altar. Jianghu is a peerless and invincible existence, and he wouldn't say such a thing. But what kind of person is our old manor master? He wants to pluck the feathers of the goose that passes by, and he can't wait for the rooster that passes by to lay an egg for him. This time, he wants to chase Jianghu to the northern region and extort him from behind, another person who knew the old manor master said in a low voice. The formation patterns intertwined and transformed into a formation platform. Jianghu, the old manor master, and Yi Fan stepped onto it and directly rushed toward the northern region. Awoo! The large black dog let out a howl, and he was incredibly excited as he said, this time, there's going to be a huge storm. The old and sickly withered elder is going to make a move, and the whole world is going to be shocked. It can't be that he's going to turn the northern region upside down, right? Let's hurry up and follow him to see what's going on. Let's go, let's see how they're going to do something big. The little baldy Huahua also said excitedly. The group of people majestically activated the second formation platform and charged toward the northern region. Of course, they couldn't go with Yi Fan and the other two who were directly involved. They were only going to watch the show. On this day, the clouds moved in all directions. The news that 7 ancient sages had joined forces to attack the unique warrior manor quickly spread throughout the world, and it couldn't be hidden even if they wanted to. It caused a huge wave. Had the ancient tribe become so domineering? Everyone in the world felt uneasy. But when the news that 7 ancient sages had died, they couldn't believe it anymore, and the haze in their hearts was blown away. Jianghu has taken action. The Supreme Being who was already unmatched under the heavens 8,000 years ago has finally taken action. This ancient sage senior who was believed to be able to verify the Tao has finally revealed his exceptional brilliance again. He was forced to draw his sword and hack at the ancient race. When everyone heard this, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken up. Many of the older generation figures were so moved that they began to tremble. Even though Gai Juyo's age was too great, his bloodline dried up, and he was too old, he could still fight. Forget about the central continent and other places, even in the farthest western desert, an aged figure on Mount Meru couldn't sit still. He stood at the summit of Mount Meru and gazed into the eastern wasteland. Gai Juyo came to the northern region, and after 8,000 years, he once again drew his sword. The entire world was shocked. This elder brought the human race's divine body to the northern region to demand an explanation. He wanted to ask why the ancient race dared to disobey the rules again and again, and he was preparing to take action. Many great clans of the ancient race were terrified. An existence that had lived for 9,000 years came to denounce them, and they didn't know what kind of massacre he was going to instigate. After so many years, they had never seen this human supreme being take action. Many of the ancient race agreed that he couldn't hold on any longer. His cultivation realm had dropped greatly, and he was no longer as magnificent as he was in the past. One had to know that anyone, even great emperors, would grow old one day. Their primordial spirit would decay, their flesh would wither, and their battle prowess would decrease sharply. There were many examples in history, such as the great completion divine body of the Holy Cliff. When he was at the prime of his life, he was majestic, his aura devouring mountains and rivers. His roar could pluck the stars and split the sun, and stars would shatter with a single roar. However, what was the final result? When he reached his later years, his blood energy withered, and his body aged. He no longer had the battle prowess of his peak. In the end, he was killed by someone, dying on the Holy Cliff. The blood of the great completion divine body dyed that black peak red. Even now, there were still traces of his essence energy scattered. How lamentable! Now, Gai Juyo had killed 7 ancient saints with a wave of his hand, and there was no lack of saint kings among them. This allowed people to see his vitality, as well as his past brilliance. Gai Juyo took action, bringing Yi Fan to the northern region. He was about to reveal his most stunning sword. The entire world was quietly waiting. The human race was excited, and the ancient race was terrified. The entire world was watching. Chapter 11:20. This was a stone forest situated within the mountain range. It was uneven in height and crisscrossed. This was only the entrance. Ahead of them was a vast expanse of stone mountains and enormous rocks, occupying a vast area. It was quite common in the northern region where not even a blade of grass grew. It occupied more than 95% of the region. This place could be considered lush and verdant. There was quite a bit of vegetation between the mountain rocks and stone forest. This was especially the case in front. After entering the stone forest, a large primitive forest covered the area. Pine trees rustled about, forming many special areas around the rocky land. Moreover, there was a boundless stone forest surrounded by a green primitive mountain range. It was a bit out of place compared to the lush mountain forest. This was a vicious land that ordinary people didn't dare set foot in. It was occupied by an archaic Great King clan. Ordinary Dao severing experts wouldn't dare approach and would avoid it from afar. This was because their vicious reputation was great. They were one of the 10 great vicious clans. A single word of disagreement would lead to a life and death confrontation. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many great clans had been wiped out. Auho! A roar rang out. An enormous tiger-leopard-type creature ran through the stone mountains. It was 10 zhang in length and could cover several li with a single leap. Its body was vigorous and its breathing was heavy, making people feel intimidated. It turned around and discovered Yi Fan's group. Its eyes flourished with vicious light. It jumped 8 li from a mountain peak to another stone mountain and looked down on them from above. Stone race is truly extraordinary. Even a beast raised outside the mountain gate has reached the Dao's severing realm. Their background is indeed deep. Yi Fan was astonished. They moved quickly. When the news of Odd Warrior Manor had just spread, they had already entered the northern region. They were searching for the most radical king clans and were about to take action. Guy Jiuyo wanted to demand an explanation from the ancient race. He was going to unsheath his sword in the northern region and display exceptional sharpness. Yi Fan and the old saint of Odd Warrior Manor followed him without any fear. Auho! The biggest difference between this strange beast and ordinary vicious beasts was that its forehead was actually a stone wall. It didn't have any flesh or hair, appearing rather abrupt. This was the stone race. It was rumored that their ancestor was an expert born from the union of a holy spirit and an ancient race. Later on, they married into other races and developed into a king clan. Many of their descendants had stone spots on their bodies. Swish! This strange beast couldn't see through the trio's depth. A streak of divine splendor shot out from its stony forehead. This was an innate divine technique passed down to them by their ancestors, and it could pierce through mountains and rivers. Pa! Yi Fan waved his hand and sent it flying. The strange beast let out a ferocious roar, instantly alerting the ancient race members at the entrance of the rocky grounds. A group of them rushed over. Who dares to barge into my stone clan? This race's appearance was strange. Some were humanoid, and some were animal-shaped. Every single one of them had a large stone slab on their body that emitted a faint luster. It's me, the Yi Fan whom all of you have been thinking about and who sent out ancient sages to kill. Guy Jiuyo walked at the back, followed by the old saint of Qishir Manor. Yi Fan stood at the forefront. His body was slender and strong, and his blood and qi were masculine. His eyes were full of aggressive killing intent. It's you. You really have the gall of a god. The 10 great royal families are all looking for you, wanting to chop you into mush, but you actually delivered yourself to our doorstep. The news from Qishir Manor hadn't reached here yet, so they still didn't know that 7 ancient saints had fallen. Their eyes all flickered with cold light. Normally, who dared to behave atrociously here? They would all take a detour. They were known as one of the 10 great vicious clans, and their name had spread throughout the archaic era. Once they clashed with them, it would be a disaster of blood at every turn. You came at the right time. I heard that you once killed a saint. Today, you want to establish your might in my stone clan again? Then I'll help you out. Someone laughed loudly. Right now, the entire world knew how terrifying and extraordinary Yi Fan was. Those under the saint realm couldn't be provoked, but today he took the initiative to provoke them, delivering himself to their doorstep. This was the same as throwing his life away. The Stone clan's vicious name was well known, so they naturally had an ancient saint overseeing it. Otherwise, how could they be called a king clan? No matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. Human Saint Physique, your life is truly tough. You probably don't know yet, but an ancient saint from my clan went to the central continent to kill you. Who would have thought that you actually didn't ascend the rainbow altar? Otherwise, you would have died a long time ago. The Stone clan leader that guarded the mountain gate shook his head, sighing that his fate wasn't bad. He revealed a cold expression and said, "What a pity, you chose the path of death yourself." Yi Fan laughed loudly, and then he coldly said, "Your news is too outdated. Could it be that you still don't know about the heaven-shocking changes that happened today? 7 ancient saints fell in the central continent in a single day." Nonsense. Someone who is about to die is still trying to frighten others. This leader shook his head. However, a long roar sounded from the distance. A stone statue flew through the sky, quickly closing in, transmitting a panic-stricken divine will fluctuation. Not good, my clan's ancient saint fell in the central continent. The great enemy is about to enter the northern region and slaughter his way to our doorstep. Poof! Yi Fan reached out with a finger, releasing a streak of golden light, causing that stone statue to explode. Rocks and blood scattered outwards, and the divine will stopped there. Go, report to the ancient king that the human race's Saint Physique has come to throw his life away. This leader's expression changed. Even though he was a half-saint, he still didn't dare fight against Yi Fan. Everyone under the heavens knew that apart from Huang Shudao, the dragon lady of the nest of 10,000 dragons, and a few other ancient emperor children, no one under the saint realm could contend against him. There is no need to report. We will go in ourselves, Yi Fan said. He released a great roar, and golden blood energy filled the sky. He turned into a streak of light and rushed forward. Pooh, pooh, he unleashed a great slaughter outside Stone Clan's mountain gate, blasting apart Stone Clan's experts with each fist. He was completely unrestrained, and no one could stop him for even a single step. Has chaos truly arrived? Even a trifling Dao executioner dares to stir up trouble in my Stone Clan. Even an ant wants to bite an elephant to death? A dignified voice sounded. A streak of hazy holy splendor appeared in midair and slowly descended. It surrounded that person within. He was like a deity that transcended this mortal world. The Stone Clan's saint appeared. He raised his hand and grabbed towards Yifan. You are only a lucky ant. If not for the fact that you missed out, my clan brother would have crushed you to death in Central Continent. Is that so? Your Stone Clan is truly awe-inspiring. You came to my extraordinary soldier manor to kill people, and you even want to seize the 5-colored altar left behind by an ancient great emperor. Today, I will demand an explanation. The extraordinary soldier manor's old manor lord slapped over, stopping him. Human race ancient saint. The one who came revealed his true body. This was a flesh body with a head of thick yellow hair. He exuded heavenly might, and blood energy overflowed, causing the world to rumble. Reporting to Clan Lord, just now, the stone sculpture transmitted a message saying that the 7 ancient saints from the various king clans who headed for Central Continent were all wiped out. I don't know if this is true or false. The Mountain Gate Guard leader said. What? Stone Clan's lord was immediately stupefied. Things are bad. The saints have shed blood in Central Continent, all of them falling. From the distance, cries of alarm sounded. There were people flying over. Stone Clan's people were all shocked. What kind of major event was this? It had to be said that their information was a bit behind schedule. Only now did they feel that things were far from good. Who are you? Stone Clan's lord stared at Gai Juyo. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. All of his fine hairs stood on end. My name is Gai Juyo, the one who came to reason with you. Gai Juyo walked up. What human races? Gai Juyo. Stone Clan's lord shivered in fear, almost trembling. He never thought that this existence that even the ancient race's great sage would come looking for him. The surface of his body quickly petrified, turning into a stone person. His defensive strength reached a shocking level. Things are bad. Gai Juyo entered the northern region, wishing to kill the 10 great king clans to establish his might. In the distance, several figures appeared, hurrying over to report. It wasn't that their information was too late, but rather that Yifan and the others moved out too quickly. Even though they wasted quite a bit of time searching for the ancient race's residence, news still spread a bit faster. Human race's unmatched supreme being, you cannot be like this. Stone Clan's lord was just full of divine might, as if he was a deity. Divine splendor illuminated his body, calmly descending from the sky, but now he was trembling. This type of human race supreme being came. With a raise of his hand, it was enough to wipe out his entire clan, completely erasing them from this world. This was the difference in strength. Even though he was an ancient saint who could overlook the world, able to seize the moon from the sky, refine the stars in outer space, almost omnipotent, viewing all life as ants. However, when facing this sickly elder, he didn't have the slightest bit of fighting spirit. He was scared out of his wits, his body trembling. It wasn't that he was too weak, but rather that Gai Juyo released divine might. Strand after strand of energy was released, locking him down, leaving Stone Clan's lord horrified from the bottom of his soul. No. But he released a loud cry. Within the domain released by Gai Juyo, his petrified body quickly cracked, and then it exploded with a hong sound. Blood poured down like rain. Everything was quiet. Stone Clan's people were all terrified to the extreme, all of them trembling with fear. This was their clan lord, someone who could ascend to the 9 heavens and descend to the netherworld, someone who had dominated the world for 5,000 years. He was extremely famous even among the ancient kings. For all life, this should be an unmatched existence. However, at this time, Gai Juyo didn't even take action. He only released a domain, yet Stone Clan's lord, whose defensive strength was unmatched in this world, was completely killed. Yi Fan and the old saint from the unique scholar manor were also shaken. This cultivation realm was something even ancient saints could only look up to from afar. This was a supreme being comparable to those matchless heroes of ancient history. Gai Juyo walked forward, not taking action again. Stone Clan's experts all backed up, and after a few steps, they directly fell weak onto the ground. It was as if they were facing a true deity. In the distance, a weak fluctuation transmitted over. An ancient saint opened a realm gate, wishing to escape through the void. Anglong. Gai Juyo slapped out with a single hand. That place was annihilated, and an ancient saint screamed miserably. He turned into blood, dust, and ashes, his body and soul destroyed. The Stone Clan was terrified. Their clan had 3 ancient saints, and now, they were completely wiped out. This was the same as a great calamity descending upon them. Since this old one has taken action, not a single one of the saints who humiliated my human race should think about living. The aged voice didn't carry any fluctuations of emotion. It was extremely calm, yet it made all sides silent. Everyone from the Stone Clan trembled, all of them kneeling on the ground. They were suppressed by a type of unmatched aura, unable to budge in the slightest. The person who came was enough to wipe out their clan tens to hundreds of times over. However, Gai Juyo didn't take action against them. This time, his main target was the ancient saints, and he didn't want to kill the innocent. I found a treasure. The old lord of the unique scholar manor was like an old fox, and even his eyebrows were blooming with joy. In his hands were 4 broken stone pieces, each one the size of a palm. They were simple and mysterious, and there were patterns engraved on them. Fragments of the Holy Spirit divine clothes? Gai Juyo was astonished and nodded his head. Yi Fan was astonished. This was indeed a good thing. The Holy Spirit was a supreme existence that dared to challenge the ancient emperors. The Stone Clan was the descendant of a Holy Spirit and an ancient race, so it was reasonable for them to have such an exceptional treasure. This was a supreme defensive treasure. Gai Juyo didn't move. The old lord of the unique scholar manor and Yi Fan were plundering the Stone Clan without restraint, searching for spoils of war. They obtained many precious materials. "Let's go to the next stop," said Gai Juyo. His aged body wasn't imposing, but his back was very straight. He took a step forward and entered the realm gate. 8,000 years ago, he was matchless and majestic, but now, his body was no longer young. His blood energy was dried up, and even his eyes were turbid. He was a hero of a generation, and he had completely aged. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt that this hero was past his prime. 2 hours later, all the saints of the Green Ghost race were annihilated. 4 hours later, all the ancient saints of the Purple Lightning race were killed. 6 hours later, all the ancient kings of the Divine Wheel race were executed. Not a single one escaped. The eastern wasteland was shaken, and the ancient race was terrified. They were trembling with fear, and the entire world was in an uproar. The supreme being of the human race took action, brandishing his sword at the ancient race. The exceptional sharpness illuminated the entire great earth. Chapter 11:21. The Blue Demon Abyss was a very special place. It was located in an extremely famous Great Rift Valley in the northern region, where blue mist often floated up. This place was very famous, and few people dared to approach it because they could easily lose their lives. For cultivators, it was a bad place, and they would often lose their way and die. Everyone knew that the northern region was vast and boundless. Standing on the ground and looking forward, it was boundless, barren, and desolate. And approaching here, this feeling would be 10 times stronger. This abyss was broken very neatly, as if a deity's axe had fallen, splitting the earth into 2, straight up and down, thousands of miles into the ground. When approaching here, one could see white bones lying in disarray, like a white rock. The corpses had been accumulated for thousands of years, and many had long been weathered into bone powder. Desolate, terrifying, and strange were the main themes of this place. For so many years, it was unknown how many creatures had died here, and the snow-white bones were a shocking sight. A space gate appeared above the Scarlet Land, and Yi Fan, the old saint of Qishir Manor, and Gai Juyo walked out and appeared above the blue demon abyss. This place is just like the rumors. It has a great impact on the spirit of cultivators. As soon as I approach here, my spirit becomes somewhat unstable and wants to rush out of the flesh shell, Yi Fan said to himself with a frown. Any creature that entered this place would lose control of their soul, leaving the shackles of the flesh shell and sinking into the blue demon abyss. There were countless bones on the ground, and it was a vast expanse of whiteness, turning into a sea of bones left behind by the long years. All the creatures died the same way, losing their spirit, leaving only their flesh and slowly decaying here. The blue demon race below has already awakened for many years. The reason why this place has become a dangerous place is because of them. They are the ones who consume the spirit power of the creatures, the old master of Qishir Manor said. It was also because of this that the blue demon race's fierce name spread far and wide. They established a kingdom of death, and absorbing spirits was no different from eating humans. It was very harmful to the weak races, so even many ancient races resisted them. Although Yi Fan was a little affected, it was not a big problem. The small golden person in the space between his eyebrows stepped out on its own, opened its mouth, and let out a long roar. It used the swastika heavenly sound, shaking the entire abyss and scattering the blue mist. Someone is waiting for me below, but it doesn't matter, Gai Juyo said. Yi Fan and the old master's hearts trembled. Powerful figures from the ancient races must have appeared. After all, they had killed the ancient saints of the Stone Race, Blue Ghost Race, Violet Electric Race, and Divine Wheel Race. They must have alarmed some powerful old monsters who wanted to stop them. At this moment, forget about Eastern Wasteland and Central Province, even the cultivators in the Eastern Sea heard these rumors. It was because the matter was just too great. A matchless expert of the human race took action, wiping out the saints of the 4 great king clans in succession. Not a single one escaped, all of them turned into flying ashes, shaking heaven and earth. Gai Juyo's name had already resounded throughout the world 8,000 years ago, and everyone in the world knew of him. After so many years of silence, he had once again risen to prominence, and he was even able to kill ancient sages with a single move. Who wouldn't fear him? That day, all of the ancient clans in the north region were terrified, not even daring to breathe loudly. Everyone was in danger, fearing that a great disaster would fall on their heads, and all of them were terrified. Astral winds whistled, and blue mist surged. Large amounts of mist rushed up from the bottom of this abyss, drawing out one's primordial spirit, wanting to leave the body. After descending for 1,000 li, a great lake appeared at the bottom of the Great Rift Valley. It was like a sea, boundlessly large, water vapor lingering about, and clear and crystalline waves. It wasn't that dim here. There were stalks of demon flowers in the water, all of them blue, flickering with brilliance, making this place flicker indeterminately. The mist was precisely emitted by them. There was a giant cave on the shore of the Great Lake, and inside was a bright world that led to the Blue Devil race's residence. That was the true Devil's Nest. Not good, the human race's Gai Juyo has really come. A great disaster is imminent, Gai Wudi has arrived. When the group of ancient clans guarding the cave saw the 3 descend, they all cried out in alarm, quickly sending a message inside. Their expressions were terrified, and they were trembling with fear. This group of people was covered in blue scales, and they looked very fierce. However, at this moment, they were like weak and pitiful sheep in front of a lion king, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Gai Juyo stepped onto the shore, stepped on the white jade stairs, and walked into the ancient cave step by step. Yi Fan and the old master of Qishir Manor followed closely behind. Only the old man in front of them could even break into the ancient royal lair. He completely ignored the Tao patterns and killing formations laid down by the ancient sages. Any killing divine patterns would become chaotic marks under Gai Juyo's feet and wouldn't have any effect. Among them, the Divine Wheel Race's formation was the most terrifying, but in the end, it directly collapsed and couldn't do anything to the 3 of them. Gai Juyo stepped into the 10,000 Zhang black hole. Supreme human race has graced my blue devil abyss with your presence. What noble purpose do you have? This was a vast underground world. Light and fire flickered, and one could vaguely see an ancient giant city in the distance, shrouded in blue mist. The ancient city built in the underground world had existed since ancient times. This was the habitat of the Blue Devil race, and generation after generation of vicious demon kings had been born here. I'm here to reason with you. Gai Juyo's steps were steady, and with every step, there were Dao patterns on the ground that collapsed. Many of the patterns were damaged and turned into powder. The old saint of Qishir Manor's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, "This is an ancient killing formation that was perfected by many ancient sages generation after generation. Even a saint might die in it and can't go far." Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. Such terrifying ancient formations were all broken inch by inch under Gai Juyo's feet. How profound was his cultivation to destroy the formations so easily and directly? Taoist Gai, you came to reason with my race. Why did you damage the protective formation? What's the meaning of this? A majestic figure appeared on the ancient giant city and looked over. His eyes were like two bolts of lightning. If I want to reason with you with my fists, I naturally have to fight. Haven't you all been like this all these years? Sweep the world with battle and reason with martial arts, Gai Juyo said. The ancient city in front of them was silent. The people on the city walls felt a majestic aura rushing over, and their bodies trembled. Senior Gai, you killed the ancient sages of the 4 great races in one day. Do you want to turn the northern region upside down and kill all the ancient races? The person on the city wall asked loudly. All races coexist, and all races are equal. Originally, we could have coexisted peacefully, but you all have gone too far. The old saint of Qishir Manor looked forward and said, "You all ignore the convention of the myriad races and have been running amok and killing all these years." This time, the 7 sages came out one after another and broke into the important land of the human race. You do whatever you want. Do you want to destroy our race? There's some misunderstanding, the Blue Demon Clan Lord said as he stood on the ancient city. Misunderstanding? Your 10 great royal families issued a kill order for me and sent 7 ancient sages to the Central Plains to kill me. What a big misunderstanding this is, Yi Fan said coldly. On the ancient giant city, the Blue Demon Clan Lord's expression was cold. He ignored Yi Fan's words. Usually, no one below the saint level dared to disrespect him. This was because the Blue Demon Clan was not only one of the 10 great primordial races, but also one of the 10 strongest royal families apart from the royal family. They had an extremely deep foundation and had once produced the great sage. Moreover, the Blue Demon Clan Lord of this generation was a peerless genius known as the Blue Demon Heavenly King. He had walked very far on the road of proving his Tao and was only one step away from becoming the great sage. It could be said that this person was amazing and his combat strength was terrifying. He far surpassed many ancient kings and was ranked at the top of the world of experts. You have gone too far. You have been unscrupulous for so many years. How far do you want to go? Do you want to completely destroy the human race? Yi Fan continued. The Blue Demon Clan Lord still did not speak. He relied on his status and did not look at Yi Fan. He only looked at Gai Juyo and the old saint of the unique warrior palace. Why are you not speaking? Senior Gai came here to talk to you about the great principles between the human race and the ancient race, and also to demand an explanation for Yi Fan, the old saint of the unique warrior palace said. Perhaps we have done something wrong, but the 7 ancient sages have all died in the Central Plains. The anger of the human race should have subsided by now, right? The Blue Demon Clan Lord said. Not enough. There are only a few of you. If we don't kill all the ancient sages of the 10 great kings, how can the storm be quelled? Gai Juyo said. He had been peerless 8,000 years ago, and his words could not be disobeyed. Now that he had made such a decision, his determination could not be changed. Boom! A monstrous domain spread out, and Gai Juyo arrived in front of the ancient city in a single step. The Blue Demon Clan Lord's face was snow-white, and all the bones in his body were broken. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying thousands of meters away. His heart was aghast. He was only one step away from becoming a great sage, but in front of this sickly old man, he couldn't even be compared to a scarecrow. The monstrous might brought about by a single step was actually so terrifying. You ignored Yi Fan, thinking that your status is very noble? But if you compare yourself to Senior Guy, what can you rely on? The old saint of the unique warrior palace sneered. In the ancient city, there was a giant tree that towered into the sky. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant, and it was rooted in the center of the city. It flickered with blue light and lingered in the air, making people's primordial spirits want to fly out. This was the blue demon ancient tree. It could swallow the primordial spirits of all living beings in the world and turn them into the most primordial essence energy for the cultivation of the blue demon clan. It was the foundation of their clan's prosperity. At this time, two figures flew out and blocked the blue demon clan lord, who had been sent flying. They transformed into two balls of divine radiance and continuously patted his body thousands of times. The bones all over the blue demon clan lord's body creaked, and his primordial spirit emitted light. He was originally about to break inch by inch, but now that he had received help, his injuries were finally stabilized. He, the blue demon clan lord, was incomparably terrified. If it weren't for these two people, he would most likely have died. At this moment, all his hopes turned to dust, and a chill ran down his spine. He was known as a peerless genius and had great hopes of becoming the great sage. But this person had only taken a single step, and just that aura alone had almost crushed him to pieces. This was a gargantuan disparity. Just a moment ago, he clearly felt an invincible will, one that even the great sage couldn't compare to. That wisp of aura had only been sensed when he had an audience with the Emperor of Fighting in the past. This person clearly had the hope of proving the Tao. The two people who flew over from the blue demon ancient tree shone with eternal brilliance. Both of them looked at Guy Jiuyo as if they were facing a great enemy. "Brother Guy, didn't we have an agreement not to take action? Why can't you sit still?" The one who spoke was actually the great sage Hunchuo. He had come to stop Guy Jiuyo. "Isn't this a bit too much? You should know that in this world, you might not necessarily be the supreme being. No one dares to say that they are invincible. Who knows, an old senior might jump out from my ancient race," the Golden King said with a cold expression. His entire body was shrouded in golden brilliance. The appearance of the ancient race's great sage would inevitably cause a great storm that would sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Is that so? If there really is one, I'm very happy to see him come out. After so many years, it's really lonely. Guy Jiuyo let out a long sigh. Chapter 11:22. The golden pupils of the Golden King contracted as he stared at Guy Jiuyo. He felt that the old man in front of him was somewhat unfathomable, which made him horrified. Brother Guy's cultivation is comparable to the legendary supreme existence. I admire you. You can be said to be world-shaking. Unfortunately, you were born in the wrong era. Great Sage Hunchuo said with a smile. Yi Fan and the Odd Warrior Manor's Old Manor Lord both felt uneasy in their hearts. The supreme ancient immortal realms was a flourishing great era where all races coexisted. Now, they all appeared at the same time. Maybe there really were old seniors who surpassed the great sage realm. These two great sage were most likely not speaking without thinking. Was this an invisible deterrent? If there was an old senior mentioned by the great sage, then the world would really change. Guy Jiuyo sighed and said, I'm old and useless. I just want to see the ancient race's peerless existence. I wonder if you two can introduce me? As soon as this was said, Yi Fan and the old sage of the Qishir mansion felt a chill in their hearts. Could it be that the ancient race really had such a supreme being? Guy Jiuyo sensed something. Great sage Hunchuo didn't speak, while the Golden King looked indifferent and didn't speak immediately. The scene quieted down, and the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Guy Jiuyo, I admit that you are very strong, but can you last in your current state? I believe I can fight with you. After a long time, the Golden King said, You only came with 2 incarnations? Guy Jiuyo said casually. Behind them, the Blue Demon Clan Master was shocked. It was obvious that the 2 great sage of the ancient race were also incomparably afraid of him. They didn't come with their real bodies, but only came with their incarnations to test the waters. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eyes. Earlier, he couldn't see any difference because these two incarnations were also very powerful and not much weaker than the real body. The ancient city under the blue demon abyss was magnificent. In the center, there was an ancient tree that reached to the sky. It shone with blue crystal luster and was surrounded by ribbon-shaped mist that spread in all directions. Great Sage Hunchuo and the Golden King stood on the city gate, blocking Gai Juyo. At this time, the Golden King's words made the atmosphere extremely tense. Is that so? Why don't we spar? Gai Juyo said. Many people in the Gu clan thought that Gai Juyo's bloodline had dried up. Sometimes, bullying the human clan was a form of probing. Now that Gai Juyo had made his move, it overturned many people's understanding. Golden King was not sure. His golden pupils shot out two sparkling divine brilliance, trying to penetrate everything inside the sickly old man's body. Brother Gai, shouldn't you stop after killing the ancient saints of the 4 great royal clans? If you continue, it won't be beneficial to anyone. The enmity should be resolved. No, it should be deepened, Great Sage Hunchuo said. All these years, I've witnessed everything that has happened. Time and time again, the ancient race has been getting more and more overboard. They're getting worse and worse. Can you resolve this? Gai Juyo asked calmly. I believe that this type of thing will rarely happen in the future. The immortalization road is about to open, and even the ancient saints have to make preparations. I believe that there will be a period of peace. Hunta said. Once the immortalization road opens, the world will be in chaos. The flames of war will reach the heavens. Now, even the Gu clan can't restrain themselves and maintain peace. When that day comes, you can imagine what will happen. Gai Juyo shook his head. Brother Gai, are you really going to start a massacre today and exterminate the 10 ancient saints? Great Sage Hunchuo asked in a low voice. That's right. Not a single one can be left. These 10 races have gone too far. This is no longer the immemorial era. They still want to eat the flesh and blood of the human clan. They yell angrily and treat us as slaves. What they've done is enough to exterminate the entire race, Gai Juyo said. Brother Gai, I admit that your magic power is unparalleled, but don't think that no one can keep you in check, even if you recover to your peak. Great Sage Hunchuo said. Gai Juyo smiled. This time, he didn't say anything. Golden King said coldly, Gai Juyo, you've gone too far. How can you understand the methods of the ancient emperor? As long as you haven't proven your Tao, you'll never be able to compare. After such a long period of time, you've already missed the age to prove your Tao. You're too old. It's too unrealistic to rely on your own strength to suppress the 10,000 races. There's no point in saying this. Do you two want to stop me? Gai Juyo said. Great Sage Hunchuo said, Brother Gai, let me seriously remind you that in such a great era, it's not a miracle for 1 or 2 unparalleled old seniors to appear. If a quasi-emperor appears, Gai Juyo, even if you recover to your peak state, you most likely won't be able to handle it. Golden King said coldly. Gai Juyo didn't say anything else. He took a step forward, and a monstrous aura rushed up. The Blue Devil Clan master in the city screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was full of fear. He was only 1 step away from becoming the Great Sage, but now he was as weak as an ant. Under this kind of aura, he could collapse at any time and turn his body and soul into ashes. One had to know that the other party hadn't really made a move. It was just a tyrannical aura rushing over. Gai Juyo, you've gone too far. Do you really want to slaughter the Blue Devil Clan's ancient saint in front of us? Golden King shouted. His expression was ashen as he produced streaks of golden light to dissolve the earth-shattering aura. Brother Gai, please be lenient. Great Sage Hunchuo also said and took a step forward. I can't be lenient. All the ancient saints of the 10 clans must be eliminated. Not a single one can be spared, Gai Juyo said firmly. He continued to walk forward and wanted to pass between the 2 great sage. The divine might was vast and mighty. The entire huge ancient city began to sway. The branches and leaves of the blue ancient tree in the distance swayed and rustled. Blue light soared into the sky. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Gai Juyo might make a move against the great sage. The experts of the Blue Devil clan were about to stop breathing because this would determine their fate. I'm here. I won't allow you to kill the ancient saints of this clan, especially him, Golden King said, pointing at the Blue Devil clan master. The Blue Devil clan master had a chance of becoming the great sage. He was an extraordinary existence, and every time he visited him, he would perform the etiquette of a disciple. Is that so? Then try and stop me. Today, I will be the first to kill him, Gai Juyo said with a calm expression. He continued to walk forward. Golden King's expression was cold as he moved forward to stop him. However, Gai Juyo was like an immortal moving and passed him calmly. Golden King's supreme Great Tao marks were ineffective and couldn't be stopped. Chi! Gai Juyo calmly made a move. He pointed out with a finger, and light flew up and shot forward. Ah! The Blue Devil clan master cried out. Someone as powerful as him could pluck down stars, but at this time, he couldn't move at all. He couldn't avoid that brilliant finger radiance and his forehead was instantly penetrated. He let out a mournful roar. Poof! Blood splashed everywhere, turning into a rain of blood. Most of it was blue. A magnificent peerless genius of a generation died a violent death just like that. All of this seemed incomparably simple. Gai Juyo didn't seem to use much strength to eliminate the Blue Devil clan master. Gai Juyo! Golden King roared, his golden pupils shooting out dazzling light. Don't be impulsive. You are not his opponent, Great Sage Hunchuo said with a frown. Golden King said, it's fine. It's just an incarnation. So what if I give it up? Let me test his actual strength and see if he's bluffing. Gai Juyo entered the city and flew directly toward the Blue Devil ancient tree. He wanted to enter the race's most important place and kill the ancient saint who was in seclusion. Not good, even the two great sage can't stop him. What should we do? If we had known earlier, we would have run for our lives. There were two ancient kings on the ancient tree with extraordinary magic power. However, at this time, their faces were snow white and couldn't resist Gai Juyo in the slightest. Gai Juyo, you are too strong. If you attack these two, don't regret it. Golden King roared. Are you threatening me? Gai Juyo turned around with a cold gaze. Then, his large hand covered the ancient tree and grabbed forward. Paramount Great Sage, please save us. The two ancient saints of the Blue Devil race cried out. They couldn't dodge, and this place was sealed. Meanwhile, the other clansmen trembled and couldn't help but fall to the ground. Their eyes were full of fear. Thinking back to the ancient times, they ate the flesh and blood of the human race and enslaved them in every way possible. They had never thought that a supreme being would appear in this race, and now he could kill their ancient kings as easily as slaughtering dogs. Without any suspense, the two ancient saints on the Blue Devil tree turned into a mist of blood. Their divine souls were shattered inch by inch, and they were erased from the world. Gai Juyo! Golden King was furious. He unleashed world-shaking methods and charged forward. The ancient emperor's matchless divine technique, the Golden Divine Treasure, was opened. Golden bells, simple and unadorned divine pagodas, sharp golden divine swords, and large cauldrons shone brilliantly. They rushed out from a golden kingdom that belonged to weapons and flew toward Gai Juyo. The great sage's attack was enough to flatten this underground world. However, in the face of such a violent attack, Gai Juyo didn't do much. He simply dodged the attacks of thousands of golden weapons and arrived in front of Golden King. What? Even Hunchuo Great Sage was astonished. It was too fast. Just a moment ago, he sensed strands of the supreme aura that the sacred battle sovereign had given him back then. Boom! Gai Juyo flipped his palm forward, and the world of the Golden Divine Treasure collapsed, turning into a storm of energy that was enough to destroy half of the northern region. However, with a stroke of his palm, all the light gathered in the center of his palm, and the power of the great sage, which could shatter ancient stars, was annihilated in his palm. Then, his right arm shook and slashed down toward Golden King. Instantly, Golden King screamed, and the golden light on his body instantly dimmed. Brother Gai, have mercy! Great Sage Hunchuo shouted. Gai Juyo ignored him. His palm pressed down, And with another shake, the luster on Golden King's body completely disappeared. He howled in pain, and his golden hair fluttered in the wind. He couldn't resist the rough hand. Bang! Guy Juyo's expression was cold. He took a step forward and ruthlessly slashed down with his rough hand. The sound of the golden path being destroyed was deafening. The golden great sage screamed miserably. His whole body was covered in blood, and then his body collapsed into pieces. He was slaughtered here. Guy Juyo didn't use much magic power, and he looked very calm. After 3 shakes, the golden great sage shattered into hundreds of pieces, turning into a rain of light that disappeared into the heaven and earth. Guy Juyo, I'm not finished with you. In a pure land in the northern region, golden light shone brightly, and an angry roar resounded through the mountains and rivers. This was the important place of the far ancient imperial clan, the Golden Cave. The true body of the great sage of gold opened his eyes in the ancient cave. His golden pupils burned with 2 torch-like brilliance. He suddenly stood up and took out the supreme treasure of his race, the Golden Swordbreaker, an ancient imperial weapon of the Great Path. In the next moment he rushed up from the Golden Cave and tore through the void. He shouted, "I don't believe you can defy the heavens. Let's see how you fight against the ancient imperial weapon." The sound was like thunder, shaking the mountains and rivers, and many mountains collapsed. The heroes of the northern region were shocked. The Golden Great Sage had gone crazy. Chapter 11:23. Beneath the Blue Devil Abyss, within the grand ancient city, the great sage Hunchuo was expressionless. He remained silent for a long time before tearing open space and leaving. Guy Juyo didn't stop him. Unless they started an all-out war with the ancient race, killing the incarnation of the great sage who had always liked to act as a peacemaker would affect many people's nerves. The Blue Devil race was trembling with fear. The 2 great sages had already retreated and couldn't stop the human race's supreme being. Moreover, their clan lord and 2 ancestral kings had also been killed, so how were they going to resist? The enormous Blue Devil ancient city was so quiet that one could hear the sound of a needle falling. Yi Fan and the old saint of the Odd Warrior Manor had also entered. They only had one goal, and that was to destroy the ancient tree at the center of the city. This was the foundation of the Blue Devil race. Through it, they could devour the primordial spirits of other races' cultivators and gather the power of the earth, releasing a mysterious blue mist for their cultivation. The old saint of the Odd Warrior Manor took action. His right hand turned into a large silver tablet with flickering symbols on it. It was powerful and ferocious as it struck the ancient tree. The giant tree swayed, and the blue leaves rustled. Light flowed out, and every leaf was sparkling and translucent like sapphires. They emitted waves of divine might. It wasn't damaged at all. Its body was bold and vigorous, and its branches and leaves were luxuriant. All types of blue light shot out, and its entire body was like a blue jade sculpture. Yi Fan was astonished. Even an ancient saint's attack couldn't break this giant tree. This was too miraculous. Perhaps even the moon would explode if the old palace master's attack were to land on it. You have some skill. The old saint took action again. The symbols on the silver tablet became resplendent, and the power increased. The ancient tree was still undamaged even after 8 consecutive attacks. The entire ancient city trembled, and the leaves overflowed with multicolored light. This is even harder than ordinary holy weapons. How unexpected! This tree is so hard to break. What kind of background does it have? The old palace master of the Odd Warrior Manor was astonished. Yi Fan captured a Blue Devil race commander at the Dao Severing Realm and searched his sea of consciousness. He was immediately shocked as he learned of this tree's origins. This is equivalent to one of the great sage's weapons. What? No wonder the Undying was able to endure my power. The old palace master's eyes shone. He began to view this ancient tree in a different light, preparing to dig it up. This is an evil tree, Yi Fan reminded. In the history of the Blue Devil race, a great sage had appeared. This was something that all the ancient races knew. He was extremely powerful, and during the era when the ancient emperor passed away, he had once reigned supreme under the heavens. This great sage had previously visited outer space. It was unknown where he obtained this ancient tree from. It was indestructible and innately tough. When used as a weapon, it was always successful. The blue light it released could cut down one's primordial spirit. It was equivalent to the great sage-level spirit tree nurtured by heaven and earth. Some people said that the great sage of the Blue Devil race had mistakenly entered a chaotic land and dug out a blue seedling. After a long period of nurturing, it grew into an evil weapon. Boom! Gai Juyo took action. A coarse, large hand covered in the marks of time grabbed the tree trunk, directly uprooting this ancient tree, releasing the cry of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, blue light danced about, as if blue stars were falling from outer space. They wreaked havoc on the earth, simply about to make the earth collapse. If such terrifying energy completely erupted, it would be enough to make a small half of the northern region sink in. This was because this was equivalent to the attack of a great sage's weapon. However, Gai Juyo naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. His palm flickered, gathering all of the blue light over, turning the berserk into calm. This is a strange heavenly wood that takes root in the primordial chaos. It can be said to be a rare divine material. Someone found it and refined it into an evil tree that specializes in devouring one's primordial spirit. Gai Juyo confirmed that this was indeed a rare and precious tree. It couldn't compare to the Enlightenment tea tree, but it was still enough to forge a great sage's weapon. If carefully nurtured, it could even be refined into a quasi-emperor divine weapon. It was priceless. Swoosh! With a swipe of his hand, this ancient tree immediately released tens of thousands of mournful howls. Faces appeared one after another between its leaves, most of them humans, but there were also other sinister races. They were all formed from blue light, roaring malevolently. He shook it forcefully, and the entire ancient tree became much dimmer. All of the faces disappeared. Those were the primordial spirit imprints of the cultivators it had devoured over the countless years. Gai Juyo opened his mouth and let out a clear whistle, spitting out a waterfall-like divine light that cleansed the ancient tree thousands of times, removing all impurities, making it translucent blue without any flaws. He erased all of the imprints in the evil tree, returning it to its origin. The blue light was not as bright as before, but it was clear and pure. This is a kind of heavenly wood that was born in the primordial chaos. Using the method of devouring primordial spirits to nurture, it shows its evil nature. If you use original essence, divine power, and other things to nurture it, it will be a different appearance. The key is how you use it, Gai Juyo said. It was as if he had just refined this ancient tree. In the end, he opened his mouth, and the giant tree that was like a blue crystal shrunk and entered his mouth. Then his entire body blossomed with divine splendor. With a heavenly eye, he could clearly see that inside his body, a sparkling and translucent tree had taken root and grown. Its branches extended to every inch of his flesh. "Senior, this is..." Yi Fan was astonished. "My blood energy is no longer abundant, so it coexists with it. It draws upon the essence of heaven and earth to fill this body with vitality," Gai Juyo said. "Congratulations, Senior, for obtaining a wonderful tree," the old master of the extraordinary warrior manner said. For the current Gai Juyo, this was indeed a precious tree. It could alleviate the problem of his blood energy drying up and allow him to support himself for a period of time. After all, this was a strange tree that had taken root in the primordial chaos. After the three of them left, the Blue Devil race didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Even though their race's #1 sacred object, the Blue Devil ancient tree, was taken away, no one dared to make a sound. "I think there will be someone waiting for us with an ancient imperial weapon," Gai Juyo said. At this time, it was as if the northern region had experienced a violent storm. It was difficult for all places to calm down. The world of cultivators was filled with lightning and thunder, and the hearts of people were in turmoil. Gai Juyo took action powerfully and killed the archaic imperial clans one after another. Not a single ancient saint could escape, and they were all destroyed. How shocking was this? The eyes of everyone in the world were focused on the northern region, and even some of the most powerful individual cultivators from overseas crossed the sea to understand the details. This was a major event that pierced through the heavens. After Yi Fan and the others came out, they didn't immediately go to the 6th Imperial clan's dwelling. This was because there was news that the ancient saints of these clans had all run away. They were scared out of their wits, and some of them had even fled into outer space. On this day, great waves rose from the flat ground. A tsunami was triggered in the northern region, shocking the whole world. It was enough to be recorded in the history of cultivation. Very soon, the news from within the Blue Devil Abyss also spread. The Blue Devil Heavenly King has been destroyed. He was only a step away from becoming the Great Sage, but he died just like that. He didn't even cause a ripple. It's unbelievable. Killing ancient saints in succession, the supreme being of the human race is too powerful and invincible. Even someone as powerful as a saint was scared out of his wits and fled into the cosmos, not daring to return. Supreme Being Gai's divine might is truly matchless. Even the Golden King had been defeated, and it was a great defeat. One of his incarnations had been killed into a rain of blood and corpse pieces. After the news spread, all the experts in the world were momentarily speechless. Then, the ancient races trembled, the human race was excited, and the world was in chaos. There are still the ancient saints of the 5 great royal families who haven't died. I think we won't gain anything no matter where we go. On the contrary, we will encounter the most terrifying enemy. The old saint of the unique warrior manner said. Then let's go to any place, Gai Juyo said with a calm expression, not worried at all. The Crimson Afterglow Plain was a rare large plain filled with vitality in the northern region. This place was filled with crimson afterglow trees. Each tree was like the sunset glow, red like heavenly fire. Whether it was the trunk or the leaves, crimson afterglow was rising. Looking from afar, it was as if the sunset glow had condensed and fallen here, never to disappear. This was the ancestral land of the Silver Clan, which had always been on good terms with the Gold bloodline. It was a great royal family whose name shook the ancient times. Apart from the imperial family, it had a venerable status among the other royal families. And now, Gai Juyo, Yi Fan, and the old master arrived at this great plain. Red clouds shone brightly in front of them, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was a fiery red expanse. When they arrived in front of the Silver Clan's ancestral land, the clan was immediately thrown into chaos. Everyone was terrified. Gai Juyo had killed 5 ancient saints in a single day, and the entire world was paying attention. Naturally, news of this naturally reached here. They had always been scared witless, never expecting that they would really be found. We've arrived, the supreme being of the human race has come. What should we do? Even the clan lord has gone to seek refuge in outer space. He won't make things difficult for us, right? I heard that even the Golden King was defeated, not a match at all. Hong! Suddenly, an expanse of golden light illuminated all directions. The sky dome was torn apart, and the extreme ancient emperor's might surged, covering the sky and covering the earth. The golden great sage had arrived, appearing on the red cloud plains with the clan's golden truncheon. His divine might intimidated all directions. Gai Juyo, hand over your life. A loud voice shouted in the sky. This was the great sage's roar, shaking half of the northern region. It could be heard in all directions. Not long ago, his great defeat in the Blue Demon Abyss was immediately spread, and all the clans were discussing it, causing his prestige to plummet. This was because he had first lost to the victorious Fighting Buddha and needed to use his divine marrow to redeem his life. Now, his incarnation had been destroyed by the supreme being of the human race in the shortest amount of time. It was inevitable that people would criticize him. Golden King, wait. In the sky, someone stopped him, telling him not to rashly lower the golden truncheon. It seemed that he was extremely fearful of the person below. Hunshuo, don't stop me, the Golden King said. At the same time, another part of the void shattered. Purple light rushed into the heavens, and the sound of bells rang out. A string of purple gold bells turned into a true dragon, raising its head and letting out a long cry. The nest of 10,000 dragons great sage of Qianlun had arrived, and he had also brought an extreme ancient imperial weapon. The atmosphere became even more tense, because he was also aiming at Gai Jiuyo, ready to attack at any time. You also came to take this old man's life? Gai Jiuyo faced the great sage of Qianlun, who was holding the 10,000 dragons bell, with a calm expression. That's right, I was the one who invited the great sage of Qianlun here to take your old life. The Golden King said. Although his heart was filled with anger, he was extremely fearful of Gai Jiuyo. The golden truncheon might not be enough, so he had the other great sage help him with the 10,000 dragons bell. In the distant sky, many figures came, and all of them were experts. Today, the clouds were moving everywhere, and the crucial battle was about to begin. People couldn't help but be alarmed, and many daring people were watching. Senior. Yifan spoke, and he was worried. Even if Gai Jiuyo was heaven-warping and unrivaled, it was too unrealistic to fight against two ancient imperial weapons with his bare hands. He wanted to lend the green copper cauldron to the sickly old man. No matter. Gai Jiuyo smiled, as if he knew what he wanted to say. Brother Gai, how about we stop here? Great Sage Hunchuo said. The Golden King shouted loudly, No, there must be a result today, a conclusion. I don't believe that this old man is as brave as he was back then. His blood energy has long dried up, and he can't take on an extreme ancient imperial weapon. At this moment he raised the golden truncheon, and millions of strands of immortal splendor shot out, aiming at Gai Jiuyo. At the same time, the 10,000 dragons bell rang, and the divine sound was deafening. A world-shaking battle was about to begin. Suddenly, the Golden King cried out in alarm, and the nest of 10,000 dragons' great sage was also scared. They felt the weapons in their hands trembling, and they were actually about to attack each other. Everything was too sudden. Chapter 11:24. There was no need to doubt the power of the ancient imperial weapons. If they truly awakened, a single strike could sink the entire northern region and cut down stars. However, at this moment, a shocking change occurred. The golden swordbreaker trembled and uncontrollably attacked the 10,000 dragon bell. Millions and millions of strands of golden light shot out. This was immortal splendor, dazzling and resplendent. Meanwhile, the violet gold dragon bell was also incomparably sharp. It shattered the void and broke free from its bindings, about to rush towards the golden cave's #1 supreme treasure. Both sides were terrified. If they collided, it would be a great disaster. The entire northern region might be flattened. They didn't understand what was happening. This was too sudden. Golden King cried out loudly. He spat out a mouthful of golden life essence blood and sprinkled it on the ancient imperial swordbreaker. He wanted to wake up the divine will within and stop the attack. Great Sage of Qianlun also released a low roar. Streak after streak of purple light seeped out. The innate source in his body surged crazily towards the 10,000 dragon bell, blocking the violet gold radiance. The two extreme ancient imperial weapons cried out, becoming increasingly brilliant. They broke free from their bindings and entered the clouds, about to unleash their most powerful attack. Golden King was alarmed. This was a collision that didn't care about the consequences. It seemed like it would only end after one of the ancient imperial weapons was destroyed. The two great sages immersed their powerful divine senses into the ancient imperial weapons. They ignited their soul divine flames to resist with all their might. They wanted to awaken the weapon soul within the divine weapon. Ding! The golden swordbreaker and the 10,000 dragon bell collided lightly. There wasn't a true destructive strike, but even so, it was still catastrophic. The vast heavens became a shattered land. Forget about the smoke and clouds scattering, even the chaotic energy was released. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. If this didn't happen in the heavens, even a light collision between the two weapons would cause a large portion of the northern region to cave in. Many creatures were terrified. They didn't know what was happening and fell limp onto the ground. When the extreme Tao mist scattered and the great Tao laws became calm, Golden King coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Every mouthful of blood was golden. This was his life essence blood, incomparably precious. Meanwhile, the nest of 10,000 dragons great sage also suffered a backlash. The surface of his body cracked, and only after a long time did he calm down. His expression was gloomy as he stared at Gai Juyo. The supreme being of the human race had attacked. Everything had happened so suddenly that they couldn't defend even if they wanted to. They actually lost control of the ancient imperial weapons. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The two expressions were ashen. They firmly grasped the summoned ancient weapons in their hands and immersed their minds into it, afraid that something unexpected would happen. Gai Juyo. Very good. Golden King's face was as calm as water, and his voice was like that of an owl. Inside his pair of golden pupils, the sun and the moon rose and fell, the galaxy shone brightly, and the mountains and rivers opened up. The Qianluan great sage and the others were greatly shaken. This human expert made them feel deeply troubled and couldn't be measured with common sense. According to the situation they grasped, his bloodline had long since dried up and he couldn't truly go to war. At the end of the horizon, some imperial clan leaders and royal clan leaders frowned deeply. They had come here to watch the battle, and they all felt uneasy. Gai Juyo could even seize control of an ancient imperial weapon. If others went up, wouldn't they immediately die? Army formula, said Great Sage Hunchuo. Light flowed in his eyes, and traces of the great Tao interweaved. His expression was complicated. There seemed to be envy and fear. Golden King snorted and said, "So what if you have the army formula? It's fine to disturb them once or twice, but do you think you can take on an ancient imperial weapon with your bare hands?" Great Sage Qianluan's body surged with purple energy, overflowing from his pores. This was innate purple essence, his life essence. He poured it into the 10,000 Dragon Bell and was about to launch the fatal attack. "Let's go to outer space. I'll experience your imperial weapons," said Gai Ju. The radiance disappeared in a flash. The three of them disappeared from where they were. They couldn't go all out in this place because they could easily sink the earth. At that time, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. "It's unsettling," said Great Sage Hunchuo, reminding the two immemorial great sages. An old fellow with withered blood energy. Let's see how long he can hold on for. Just now, I clearly felt his withered body's decline. There's no need to worry. Golden King sneered. Great Sage Qianluan said, "Correct, I also felt it. The blood energy within his body is insufficient, and his body has almost aged. It's difficult for him to mobilize the essence energy of his peak period. Right now, he is only forcefully gathering it and barely able to fight. Be careful." In the distance, an old imperial clan elder said with a frown. "No matter, this old fellow might really be about to fall. He sensed that his lifespan is running out, so he wants to use the last of his life to suppress us." Someone else said. Several streaks of light rushed into outer space, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. This made the clan masters and others who were watching the battle in the distance anxious. They quickly laid down formation patterns and opened the ancient formation eye to observe the battle in outer space. In outer space, there was a deathly stillness. Yi Fan and the old saint stood in the distance, watching the center of the battlefield. The two great sages stood there, blocking Gai Juyo. On the other side, there were also a few ancient clan elders overseeing the formation, paying close attention. In outer space, this was a deathly still land. All kinds of broken weapons floated in the air, as well as corpses of different races. Some were suspected to be from the legendary divine race. It was to the extent where Yi Fan discovered a broken flying saucer beside a few mountain-like corpses. Its entire body was silvery gray, as if it had been punched through by a single fist. It was rotten beyond recognition. "Brother Gai, are you really not willing to take a step back?" Great Sage Hunchuo said. This great sage who often appeared with the identity of a peacemaker frowned. "Gai Juyo, you've killed many ancient saints. Do you really want the 10 great imperial clans' absolute saints to stop?" Another cautious imperial clan elder said. "Not a single one can be left. These 10 great vicious clans have killed many humans, and now it's getting more and more intense. Go to the extraordinary warrior manor and massacre them. They must be exterminated." Gai Juyo said seriously. "Why are you saying this?" The Golden King held the divine mace like a deity. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He was somewhat dissatisfied with Hunchuo and the others, so he took the initiative to attack. This was the divine might of the extreme Tao. Even the slightly smaller stars in outer space trembled, and the entire starry sky was filled with an uneasy aura. It was as if the world was going to be destroyed. At the same time, the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons also took action. The bell rang loudly, and purple light flooded the starry sky. The traces of the ancient emperor's great Tao interweaved to strangle Gai Juyo. Right at this moment, Gai Juyo suddenly disappeared. The two of them attacked empty air, but they were fearless. With ancient imperial weapons in hand, they could sweep through the world. Without a sound, Gai Juyo appeared in the distance and watched them silently. His hands slowly moved. Chi! A streak of divine radiance flew out, as if it could cut through eternity. It streaked across the boundless starry sky and arrived in front of the two great sage in the blink of an eye, about to swallow them up. What? So powerful! The imperial clan elders turned pale with fright. They were all terrified. This kind of power was definitely not something they could resist. Perhaps a single strike would take their lives. Ring, ring, ring. The bell of 10,000 dragons shook, and the sound was deafening. Waves of purple ripples rushed forward like bell waves. It was terrifying beyond compare. In the distance, small planets exploded one after another, turning into powder under the ripples of the bell. It was as if a beautiful firework was blooming. In the alien battlefield, the few people who were watching the battle had already hidden into the endless spacetime. Their expressions all changed. This kind of method was too terrifying. Even the ancient saints could not resist it. Under the power of the extreme ancient emperor, they would be turned into powder. At the same time, those who saw this scene through the ancient formation in the northern region couldn't help but be terrified. A reverence rose in their hearts as if they were looking at a god. Gai Juyo retreated 100,000 miles without a sound. The small planets behind him were shattered, but he was still standing in front of them. The faint divine sound turned into waves and resounded throughout the alien battlefield. The divine sound actually scattered the waves from the bell of 10,000 dragons and kept pushing forward. It was actually approaching the two great sage. What this is? He is really going to use his own body to resist the ancient imperial weapon and block the divine sound of the bell. The ancient imperial clan elders were all shocked. Boom! The golden great sage made his move. The extreme ancient imperial weapon was tyrannical. A blazing light swept out as the golden sword breaker split the universe and attacked Gai Juyo. This was an eternal celestial light that could destroy everything. It was as if it was going to destroy the entire sea of stars and rebuild a new world. An ocean-like ancient emperor's power flooded this place, causing this region to completely collapse and turn into a black hole. Primal chaos energy surged about. However, when everything calmed down, Gai Juyo still retreated 100,000 miles. His body was unharmed, and he looked like an ancient divine statue. Behind him, a small planet shattered and turned into cosmic dust, disappearing forever. The faint divine sound contained the Great Path, which was different from other people's Daos. It swept over and took the initiative to attack the extreme ancient imperial weapon, causing the ocean-like brilliance of the golden swordbreaker to roll back. It kept retreating and shaking the world. What kind of celestial sound is this? It has such power. Can it resist the ancient imperial weapon? So powerful, so terrifying. This is Gai Juyo's Tao. It can be called an ancient scripture and can shake the divine might of an ancient emperor. Everyone was horrified, especially the elders of the ancient imperial clan. They all opened their eyes wide and stared at the Tao marks, listening to the divine sound of the Great Path. Tribulation crossing Immortal song. Yi Fan knew that it was definitely this song. Back then, when he fought against the arrogant little girl Xia Juyo, he had experienced this kind of prelude. His body is withered and his strength is insufficient. Even if his cultivation is high and he created a divine technique comparable to the ancient imperial scripture, it is useless. He is no longer at his peak state. Let's kill him. The Golden King roared. The great sage of Qianluan nodded and activated the purple gold 10,000 dragons bell. A peerless imperial might swept through the sky and fought with Gai Juyo, wanting to exhaust the human supreme being to death. The golden swordbreaker and 10,000 dragons bell both spat out auspicious light. One emitted millions and millions of strands of golden light, while the other emitted millions and millions of strands of purple energy. The sky seemed to be boiling and surged down. Gai Juyo's expression didn't change. He didn't play anything. There was no artifact in front of him, but his body was shining. Strand after strand became immortal music, spreading outwards and rushing towards the two ancient imperial weapons. Tribulation crossing immortal song. This was the Tao he established. He understood the source of the world and played the divine sound of the great path. He listened to the secrets of immortals and crossed tribulation in the world of mortals. Who in the world wasn't striving to cross? Life was full of different forms and all kinds of things in the world of mortals. As long as one had thoughts, they were all crossing. Regardless of whether they were struggling or sinking into depravity, they were all striving to cross and cross tribulation in this world. Living was to begin with crossing tribulation. The tribulation crossing immortal song that Gai Juyo created could be said to be world-shaking, comparable to the scriptures of the ancient great emperors. He walked his own path, but unfortunately he was born in the wrong era. Humans were crossing, dust was crossing, immortals were crossing, all living things in this world, every blade of grass and tree were fighting to cross. Once the tribulation crossing immortal song appeared, large amounts of Tao marks rose and fell, extending into the distance. They resisted the two ancient imperial weapons as if they were dry weeds and smashed rotten wood. They were actually able to continuously advance. Chapter 11:25. In one's life, every blade of grass and every tree could be understood as a struggle. Gai Juyo's technique was a miraculous great Tao. He had walked his own path, and that was why he was invincible 8,000 years ago. When his blood energy was at its peak, a clear roar could shake the stars in outer space. Boom! The golden truncheon flew back as if it was struck by a vast ocean. Golden light filled the sky, and the ancient emperor's aura surged. Golden King was overwhelmed with shock. What else could he say after encountering such a ferocious person? An old man with a withered body and limited lifespan was like a divine lion king. Blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. He had lost too much golden blood. That was the origin essence of his bloodline. Today, he had suffered a serious injury, and his Tao source had been struck by the divine sound. Ding-ling. On the other side, the violet gold 10,000 dragon bell rang continuously. It was also struck flying as it swept across a vast area with the Qianluan Great Sage, shattering some of the asteroids behind it. Brilliant splendor blossomed one after another, causing people to feel deep fear. It was like fireworks, but in reality, it was the spectacle of stars exploding, sweeping through the pitch-black cosmos. This was a great calamity. When the Tribulation Crossing Immortal Song was released, it stopped the two ancient imperial weapons, injuring two ancient race great sages. In the eastern wasteland, many people could see streams of light flashing in outer space even without looking through the ancient formation. Those were asteroids being destroyed, emitting their final flames. This is powerful to an inconceivable level. We can clearly feel the ancient emperor's might. This is an extreme Tao weapon, so how can Gai Juyo contend against it? We can only look up to this level for the rest of our lives. We will never be able to reach it. It is beyond the scope of advancement. Some ancient race saints couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Then, they felt a wave of desolation, as if they couldn't surpass it and had no hope in this life. In the outer space battlefield, Golden King and the Qianluan Great Sage stopped their decline with difficulty. They both roared. They didn't believe that they couldn't resist, so they launched another fierce attack. God, revive! The Golden King roared angrily and continuously poured divine power into the immortal truncheon. All kinds of radiance surged and revived the weapon's soul contained within it. He wanted to kill Gai Juyo. Behind him, the golden treasury appeared, opening up a small golden world. Golden light shone brilliantly, and the heavenly sword, divine pagoda, great bell, and other things shone with dazzling brilliance. Boundless divine force surged into the immortal truncheon. Boom! The golden swordbreaker was like a golden celestial dragon, soaring through the boundless universe, shining with an eternal light in the darkness and coldness. Gai Jiuyo moved horizontally, retreating another 100,000 miles. However, his own Tao was advancing. The celestial song of tribulation transcendence resounded through the lonely starry sky. It was as if it had reversed the river of time and cut open the different worlds of the past, present, and future. Boom! Golden light shot out in reverse, ancient emperor might unending, tearing through everything. The immortal mace swept out, but it was also trembling, resisting the divine sound. The celestial song of tribulation transcendence possessed boundless power. This was a wondrous scripture technique that could resist ancient emperor techniques. It shook the Golden King until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood again. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Qianluan great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons wasn't much better. All of the pores on his body were overflowing with blood, and his body was continuously trembling. This won't do. The ancient imperial weapon has exhausted a large amount of our essence energy, and we can't hit him every time. If this goes on, we will definitely fall. At this time, Qianluan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Gai Jiuyo's cultivation was far higher than theirs. The divine technique he displayed could pass through 100,000 miles away as if it was right in front of him. This was truly a world-shaking immortal sound. The celestial song of tribulation transcendence was strange and unfathomable. Its power was extremely great as it swept through the dark cosmos. The Golden King and the Qianluan Great Sage had ancient imperial weapons, but they were still no match. In just a quarter of an hour, the two of them staggered, both of them coughing out divine blood. Golden blood and purple blood, every drop extremely precious, containing the essence passed down to them by archaic emperors. They felt their blood run cold. If this continued, they would undoubtedly die. We might have to merge with the ancient imperial weapon and kill him invisibly. The Golden King said fiercely. Correct, he has entered the ancient imperial weapon. He doesn't have an extreme weapon, so even if he has tremendous divine abilities, he still won't be able to do anything to us. Could it be that he can forcefully attack the imperial weapon and kill us? The nest of 10,000 dragons Great Sage Qianluan nodded. The heavens rumbled, and the divine mace trembled slightly. The Golden King turned into a blazing beam of light, entering the ancient imperial weapon and merging with it. A dazzling golden light tore apart the starry sky, turning into a streak of lightning as it directly rushed towards Gai Jiuyo. His body and the imperial weapon became one, and there was nothing it couldn't break through. This was a type of fatal blow. He took advantage of Gai Jiuyo's lack of an imperial weapon to break through the technique and eliminate him. Boundless divine might shattered the dark heavens. The Golden King's body entered the divine weapon, and it was as if he had inherited the sturdiest magical clothing. No one could break through it. He arrived in the blink of an eye, blasting the place where Gai Jiuyo stood into a black hole that stretched as far as the eye could see. Chaotic energy surged in all directions. Gai Jiuyo disappeared, appearing in another dark heavens. He stood there, his eyes cold as he looked over from the distance. At the same time, the purple gold 10,000 dragon bell turned into a purple true dragon that was over 1,000 li in length. Every single joint was a purple gold divine bell, and right now, it was like a great bell as it swooped over. Long. Bell waves rumbled. The purple true dragon's claw tore apart the sky. Its head smashed into the air, and the fluctuations it produced made many stars tremble. Ancient imperial might surged outwards. The void of this cosmos collapsed. The purple true dragon was unmatched, able to tear apart everything in its path and destroy a part of heaven and earth. Gai Jiuyo, you can't hold on any longer. I want to see how you face the extreme Tao imperial weapon. The Golden King roared. He was inside the immortal mace, completely fearless. He turned into golden light that could drown out this cosmos. Right now, not even the army symbol art could effectively threaten him. It was because he had merged with the golden mace, becoming one. As the great sage, it was difficult for him to be controlled by others. Kill! The Qianluan great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons also shouted coldly. His body merged with the purple true dragon, extending to over 10,000 li as it swept over. This was a hair-raising battle. All kinds of light danced about, all kinds of divine techniques were used, and imperial weapons weaved about, hacking apart the cosmos. The tribulation crossing Immortal song shocked the world, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, Jianghu was not an ancient great emperor after all, so he couldn't destroy an imperial weapon. But this was enough. Who would dare to fight against someone with an imperial weapon? Moreover, he wasn't weaker than anyone. Not good, what should I do? Yi Fan's heart sank. He wanted to secretly send a sound transmission to lend the green copper cauldron to Jianghu, but the distance was too far. It was impossible to contact the sickly old man. Jianghu, you don't have a chance anymore. Since ancient times, no cultivator under the ancient emperor realm has been able to destroy an extreme Dao ancient weapon. Even you, who have almost stepped onto the path of vindication, are useless. The Golden King and the Qianluan great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons finally relaxed at this moment. Their bodies merged with the imperial weapon, and they rushed over with extreme speed. They turned into 2 beams of immortal light and didn't fear Jianghu's attacks. They both used their strongest techniques, wanting to turn him into ashes. What supreme human being? In the face of time, you're nothing. You're getting old and don't have vigorous blood energy anymore. Do you still want to defy the heavens? Today, I'll send you on your way. The Golden King became more and more valiant as he fought. He let out a carefree roar and was insufferably arrogant. Under the starry sky, millions of strands of golden immortal light sprinkled down, dazzling like a god coming into being. During this period of time, he had been extremely sullen. First, he was defeated by the victorious fighting Buddha, forced to use a rare divine profundity to redeem his life, and then his incarnation was destroyed by Jianghu. As the great sage of the ancient race, this was a great humiliation. To be able to reach this step, there was no need to doubt his battle prowess. However, he was defeated again and again, causing many people to criticize him. His heart was gloomy. At this time, he finally had a chance to reverse the situation. He was about to wipe away his humiliation, so he naturally let out a loud roar. Jianghu, hand over your life. You don't have much lifespan left, and you don't have any masculine divine force anymore. You're old and unbearably old. What do you have to fight against me? I'll chop off your head and sacrifice it to my race's imperial weapon to relieve the hatred in my heart. The Golden King berated. At this time, he finally relaxed, feeling that everything was under his control. The tribulation crossing Immortal song was destined to shock the past, present, and future, but it couldn't suppress the 2 resurrected ancient imperial weapons. It was difficult for Jianghu to accomplish anything. Suddenly, scarlet multicolored light rushed into the heavens. Brilliant rainbows sprinkled over every corner, dyeing the entire sky a captivating red, full of dazzling splendor. The cry of a 9-revolution immortal phoenix spread throughout this star domain. Its voice was clear and cold, and its Tao was imposing. Its power shook the world. A fiery red phoenix fluttered in the air, as if it wanted to swallow the entire universe, causing many ancient stars to instantly become dim. This is an imperial weapon. What? Jianghu brought an imperial weapon with him? What kind of weapon is it exactly? The several imperial clan elders who were watching the battle all shivered in fear. All of them were horrified, and chills ran down their spines. They knew that things weren't looking good, Jianghu stood there. In a daze, the heroic and imposing figure of the past appeared. His eyebrows were like swords, eyes like stars, and he was extremely handsome. However, in the blink of an eye, it was still that sickly old man with a withered body. He had finally reached his declining years. In his hand, a gorgeous scarlet furnace appeared. It was dazzling and resplendent, floating in the center of his palm. There were phoenixes spreading their wings and a rising sun, simple and unadorned. It was forged from phoenix blood and scarlet gold. It was precisely the eternal universe furnace. Jianghu remained motionless, standing in this cosmos. In the center of his palm, the eternal universe furnace quickly enlarged, becoming as tall as the sky. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent, scarlet red like a blood diamond. Layers of multicolored mist curled about it. This was a furnace forged by the eternal universe great emperor. Its power was boundless, and now, it completely revived, immediately illuminating the pitch-black cosmos. Ding. The furnace lid did not open. The immortal furnace forged from phoenix blood and scarlet gold directly smashed over. Gai Juyo used the army symbol to activate it, shaking the boundless cosmos to the point where the starry skies were about to completely collapse and be destroyed. The golden truncheon and the purple gold 10,000 dragon bell were almost ignited, their radiance flourishing greatly. The two ancient race great sage had a bad premonition and used all of their cultivation to block it. However, even after using two emperor weapons, they still couldn't stop the eternal universe furnace. Gai Juyo's cultivation had reached a shocking level. Now that he had the emperor weapons in his hand, he could be considered unrivaled. Onglong. Blazing light blossomed and boundless phoenix cries rang out. Scarlet multicolored light submerged the vast heaven and earth. Groups of stars trembled chaotically, and the nearby planets continuously shattered and exploded. The weapons of the ancient great emperors clashed with the magical artifacts of the archaic emperors. This was an extremely rare sight in history. The golden truncheon and 10,000 dragon bell were both struck flying. It wasn't that the weapons weren't good, but rather that the users were too inferior. Even though the two ancient race great sage were inside the divine weapons, they were still seriously injured and almost had their bodies and souls destroyed. A trembling sound came from the golden truncheon. Golden King was terrified. He drove the immortal truncheon away, not daring to stay for even a moment longer. Ding. The scarlet and translucent eternal universe furnace rumbled. It turned into a streak of scarlet multicolored light and rushed over. With another strike, it collided with the golden truncheon. The weapons of the ancient great emperors clashed head-on with the ancient emperor weapons. A metallic sound rang out. The golden truncheon flew out very far, shattering piece after piece of the heavens. Ah! Golden King cried out in an incomparably mournful voice. He was shaken out and fell from the golden truncheon. His body was in tatters and was almost destroyed. Even the great sage couldn't do it. Gai Juyo reached out a rough hand. His body was old and no longer possessed the heroic bearing of his youth. However, everyone was in awe and wanted to worship him. He grabbed the Golden King in his hand as if he had caught a golden butterfly. "Brother Gai, be lenient." Great Sage Hunchuo shouted loudly. However, Gai Juyo ignored him and slowly closed his palm. Golden King cried out in alarm and struggled with all his might. However, he couldn't escape no matter what. Pooh! The moment that palm closed, the magnificent ancient race great sage, who stood at the peak of the world of experts, was smashed into pieces. Golden blood splashed everywhere. It was shocking and shocking.